I was working full-time as a waitress in a high-traffic commercial area. The pay was terrible and the hours were ungodly. Fortunately for me, we had a bunch of regular customers who were always nice and tipped well. I knew I was above average in attractiveness, having been one of the cheerleaders of my school's NCAA team back in college. Now, well, I'm here, in this small restaurant, earning just enough to pay rent. I had a few interviews lined up, and I felt that I had a good chance to get into the jobs. But I really need the extra cash for now. I messaged my friend, Lynn, who was my best friend when we were in college. Though I always found her a bit odd, she was always there to listen to me rant and generally gave great advice. I trusted her. We chatted on Facebook Messenger about boys, jobs, and other prospects. The topic of money and our student loans came up, and after listening to me rant about my financial situation, she told me she had the perfect solution. She introduced me to Onlyfans and told me she earned a ton of cash on the platform. So I browsed her profile and, oh man, the things I saw were very interesting. She used whips, handcuffs, and other tools for her loyal audience. Part of me was repulsed, but part of me was also very intrigued. So I opened my own OnlyFans account. Within a few days, I got dozens of fans and I saw the revenue come in. A lingerie pic here, a nice flirty kiss there. They love me. It was actually quite a rush. For 2 months, my fan base kept on growing and I became more and more hooked to OnlyFans. I did more and more daring things for my fans. In my 3rd month was when Lynn messaged me with an interesting offer. She said she got an offer for $2,000 if we could collaborate on a risque shoot. Hearing the words $2,000 immediately made me interested. The idea of a collaboration, whatever that means, was pretty strange to me, honestly. However, I've known Lynn for a while and truly trusted her. She was the one who got me into this in the first place. I figured, if I were to do it with anyone, that would be her. She told me that we would meet in her house, and it would involve some blindfolds, some whips. You know the kind of video I'm talking about. Well, of course, I was very nervous. I thought about this for a few days. But then I got reminded of my student loans, and $2,000 is several weeks' worth of my work in the restaurant. So I said yes. I made the announcement on my OnlyFans page that I was going to collaborate with my friend for some edgier content. My fans welcomed this development and I got a lot of tips. This encouraged me to push through. When I arrived at her house, it seems like her life is so much better now. She has a high-end computer, the latest phones and gadgets, and she looked great. After a lot of catching up, laughing and reminiscing, she told me exactly what to expect. She showed me the basement where we will shoot and I immediately got creeped out. There was a dark, dingy room downstairs where one bed covered in petals and with a large metal headboard. On the headboard were handcuffs. On the other side of the room was an expensive-looking camera. She brought out a notepad with a list of the things that will happen. Nothing too crazy or I was totally uncomfortable with, and so I agreed. She turned on the camera and told me to lie down on the bed. She proceeded to handcuff me to the headboard. She then put blindfolds on my eyes. I had anticipated a bit of pain, but nothing came. And then, my worst nightmare happened. I heard footsteps coming down the stairs.
Hello?
I shouted.
Who's there?
Lynn then told me to shut my mouth. When I started screaming, she put a tape around my mouth and shut it forcefully. I heard male voices around me. Lynn said, "Aw, I'm sorry, dear. This shoot isn't really for Onlyfans. See, I make even more money off the dark web. I'm sure you've heard of the Red Rooms. They pay us to do stuff to people." "Oh, don't worry. This isn't just any room. This is the starving room, and you are our star. We're not going to torture you or do anything terrible to you. We're just going to watch you go hungry, go thirsty, and wither away. Let nature take its course." I tried to scream, but it was muffled by the tape. Then, the man spoke and welcomed his viewers, all 30 of them. He gave a special shout-out to the VIP viewers who paid good money to watch me. And now begins the marathon viewing of my fate, until I die. I tried to get myself free. The handcuffs burying into my skin, causing a bit of bleeding. I tried moving around, but it was no use. After what felt like half a day, my mouth felt dry and my throat was parched. I was feeling weak and disoriented. Then, more and more time passed. I got dizzy, confused, desperate, and in pain, the worst pain I've ever felt. I think it's been a few days then. I began hallucinating. I hear phantom voices and I see colors flashing before my eyes. This is hunger and thirst, making my mind go insane. I think I tried biting my lips so hard that it would bleed, but that didn't work because of the tape on my mouth. I tried to pull my hand off the cuffs, and I can feel the flesh tearing off. I endured the pain of the wound, but I was just not able to free myself. At best, all I could hear was the bed thudding loudly as I move around. I was too weak to do anything at this point. I feel my stomach burn inside, my body starting to shut down. My body feels withered, as all the fluids inside it seem to be dried up. I heard the faint sound of footsteps upstairs, then gunshots. I thought to myself that this was the end for me. I was crying under the blindfolds. Then, suddenly I heard shouting.
"She's here!"
They say. My blindfolds were carefully lifted, and it was 3 policemen looking at me. I couldn't process what was happening immediately, but I felt a sense of relief and gratitude. I would find out later that I was there for 3 days. My family realized something was wrong when I never answered calls and essentially disappeared. They created posts on social media looking for me. Somehow the post was seen by some of my Onlyfans followers and alerted my parents. about my announcement with a potential collaborator. This made the authorities look at all my social media communications. They confronted Lynn, who initially persuaded them that I never made it to our appointment. She even fake cried, saying that maybe an obsessed Onlyfans follower stalked and kidnapped me. She offered to help them and even spoke to my mom on the phone. She was about to get away with it, but they heard the thud of the bed downstairs. The one that I made at the expense of flesh in my wrist. And that's when 3 men inside started shooting at them and they fired back. The 2 men were killed in the encounter. Lynn and the other man was arrested. The camera and laptops were seized by the authorities, and they started a process of cracking down on the Darkweb starving room. I cannot divulge much more without compromising the investigation. My body was ruined by the experience. My wrist still feels painful from time to time, but it's my kidney that got affected the most. Well, actually, that's not true. I think my mind was the most scarred by the experience. I shut down my OnlyFans and actually every social media I had. I became paranoid and scared. What's worse is, when I sleep at night, I always keep the light on. I fear that when I wake up, Lynn and her friends are there. What if me escaping was a hallucination, and I am still tied to that godforsaken bed inside the starving room?
My name is Olga, and I remember vividly this warm February night in the early 2000s when the scariest thing in my life happened to me. I'm still in therapy from it because of the nightmares due to the post-traumatic stress disorder. I was driving my sister, Ingrid, and we were coming from a late-night party. We were tired and hungry from a small room party that ran out of food pretty early, but had an abundance of alcohol. I had sobered up an hour ago, while Ingrid was practically passed out in the back. I was confident enough to drive, thinking that my blood alcohol level was low enough, such that if we were stopped, I could pass a sobriety test. I asked Ingrid if she wanted to drive through to a nearby McDonald's. She said, mumbling, "Yeah, sure." In my city, there were several 24-hour McDonald's branches, which really was our only option at 2 in the morning. So we drove halfway across town into the restaurant. We arrived there, nothing out of the ordinary. There was only one really run-down old truck in the entire parking area. Nothing notable, really. There was no line of vehicles going through the drive-thru window. This was great. I was eager to get my food and go home. I drove up the ordering area, opened my window, and spoke into the microphone attached to the menu.
Hello, I'd like to order a Big Mac meal and a quarter-pounder meal, please.
I waited for a response. There was none. I spoke a little louder.
Hi there. Sorry if you didn't hear me. I'd like to order a Big Mac meal and a quarter-pounder meal, please.
Just eerie silence. Ingrid got fed up with this, rose from her apparent slumber, and quickly pulled down her window. She spoke loudly, almost shouting.
Hey! We really need to get home, babe. Can you sell me my burger, please?
No answer.
Maybe they're closed,
Ingrid said, but the lights were open. Odd. I drove the car to the window where they give you your order. It was strangely wide open, but there was no worker visible inside.
Weird. Maybe they're short on staff,
I remember saying. Ingrid answered,
Yeah, let's just pop in and order and be done with this crap.
I agreed. We drove the car back to the parking lot, parallel parked to the old truck. We walked to the McDonald's as I'm trying to keep Ingrid from falling down. I even asked her if she preferred to stay in the car, but she was pretty insistent that she was fine. We walked into the door of the restaurant and was greeted by the most horrific thing I've ever seen in my entire life. The members of the staff were all sprawled all over the floor. They were all lifeless. There was blood everywhere, some of it pouring out of their eyes, their mouths, and their chests. It was the scene of what looked like a massacre. On the front of the restaurant, a man was slumped over, just in front of the cash register, whose contents clearly have been emptied. We were paralyzed, stunned. Then Ingrid let out a large scream. I said, we should get out of here and call the police. My words were interrupted by the unmistakable sound of a gun cocking. I turned around and saw, just outside the restaurant, there was a man and a woman, both wearing face coverings. Ingrid turned around, hands raised, and begged,
Please, we didn't see your faces. We didn't see anything.
The man didn't look convinced and pointed the gun at her. Then, Ingrid said it.
My friend is pregnant. Please spare us. We won't report to the police. We promise.
I was gobsmacked. I wasn't pregnant. The woman asked me if it was true that I was pregnant. And I said yes. A month. And I was about to get married to my fiancé. All made up on the spot from the drunk ramblings of my friend. The woman told the man not to do it. He argued that we might report them, but I swore on my baby's life that we would not do that. The baby that didn't exist in the first place. The woman told me that she had to do this because she had her own babies at home, twins, and they didn't know how to feed them. In my mind, this was a pathetic attempt to justify the evil that they have done, but I played along and pretended like I was on their side. There was a tense silence before the man decided to lower his weapon and let us leave. I thanked them, and we walked away, still shaking. Ingrid is now fully sobered up. We get to the car and drive away from the place. While on the dark road to the highway, both of us were in tears, traumatized from what we had experienced. And then, the bright light hit my eyes. The truck was running after us, speeding behind us. The windows were rolled down, and the woman with crazed eyes was shouting,
You have no ring!
It clicked immediately that if I had a fiancé, I would be wearing an engagement ring. And maybe it didn't sink in for her at the time, but she realized it after that I wasn't wearing one. I couldn't really see the truck clearly, but it did look like it was gaining on us. Then, part of my windshield in front of me exploded. There was a bullet hole on it. I had to do it. I had to take a risk to save our lives. I swerved on the opposite lane into the oncoming traffic. The truck went ahead as we dodged the incoming cars and vans. Convinced that we would die, I spun the car around and managed to turn it the other way, and we sped off into the opposite direction. We looked for the nearest police station and reported everything. Fortunately, drunk Ingrid surprisingly reliable, was able to take note of the truck's plate number. The two murderers were eventually arrested in their small tenement home. The woman didn't only have one pair of twins, she had 11 kids, all of which are now going into foster care. A year later, they were sentenced to life in prison. I still haven't partied at night. I can't even drive anymore. My life will never be the same, even though it's been so long. But despite that, I am thankful for the random, drunk, quick-thinking friend of mine. If it wasn't for her, I'd probably be one of the bodies that they found in that McDonald's that cold February night.
Mary was sitting in her tiny dark room, mindlessly scrolling through the dating app on her phone. It's been a slow night and no one particularly attractive or interesting caught her attention. Her cramped bedroom was located on the 5th floor of an old apartment complex. She would often look around her room and wonder if it was worth it to move from their tiny farm into the big city. Sure, it was less boring and more fast-paced life. However, the crowded streets, the low-paying fast food job, and the tiny apartment made her second-guess her decision all the time. There was one good thing about the city, though. It was that dating was way more attractive and diverse. She finally matched with a guy on the app. His name was Jeremy. She thought he had a cute smile, hot bod, and expressive eyes. His profile pic was on a yacht. He messaged her first, calling her a cutie. She was quite flattered and thought the same about him. He described himself as a self-made businessman. He sent her pictures of his car, his house, and his properties. The chat went on for several hours. The conversation was so much fun that Mary didn't even notice that it was past midnight. She said she had to go, but she gave him the link to her social networks. This was a decision she would soon come to regret. As she's about to fall asleep, she grabbed Jeremy's photo from his account and reverse searched the image. What she found disappointed her. It was a stock photo of a European male model. The account was fake. She quickly blocked him on her dating app and on all social media. At around 3 in the morning, she woke up to what sounded like a low buzzing sound outside her window. She got up and slowly walked toward the curtainless window. But as she walked, the buzzing sound seemed farther away until it was completely gone. Confused and still half asleep, she went back to her bed and dozed off. That morning, she woke up to a dozen messages on her phone. It's Jeremy. Somehow he managed to find her number, and the messages were creepy. I thought we had a connection. I always get what I want, you'll see. I know where you are. She's stunned, her eyes widened with fear. She immediately blocks the number, ignored it, and went to work. Mary was behind the drive-thru counter that day. It was a hectic day and they were getting swamped with orders. Her phone started vibrating and she secretly looked at it while waiting for the next order. It was from an anonymous number. What she saw shocked her. It was a picture of her sleeping, taken from outside her window. The message read, "Come to the window again tonight. I love seeing you." She snapped out of it when the next customer's order came into her headset. "Hi, I would like to order a cheeseburger meal, please," the old man said. She prepared the order and hands it to the guy. "Thank you, have a nice day," Mary said. The guy replied, "I always get what I want." This sent chills down Mary's spine. She immediately looks out the drive-thru window, but the car and the man are gone. That night, she asked one of her coworkers to accompany her home, but no one was willing to do so. so she walked to her house alone. She passed by a curtain shop, but it was already closed. She was disappointed because she was thinking of buying curtains to cover her windows. To get to her house, she had to go up a steep, isolated street surrounded by trees. Suddenly, she had the weird feeling of being watched. She stopped and looked around. Nothing. No one. Suddenly her phone vibrates and she opens the message. When she opened it, she stopped dead in her tracks. Her breathing becomes heavier and sweat started running down her face. It was a picture of her in front of the curtain shop. She started sprinting, but then she hears it, the low, buzzing sound from the night before. She turned around. There was still no one there. Then she realized where the sound was coming from. It was from above. She looked up and saw a drone with a camera hovering over her. She gasped as she realized that the night before, the same drone was outside her window, watching her sleep. The drone was flying lower and lower, coming closer to her. In her fear and anger, she gets her shoe and throws it at the drone. She ran barefoot to her home. Upon reaching her house, she immediately turned off her phone, packed some of her valuables and clothes, and left the place, never to return. Today, Mary lives in her family's farm. The trauma of living in the city was too much to bear. She assumed that her stalker worked in tech, and therefore, she felt it was no longer safe to keep any dating app or social network. While life on the farm is slow and mundane, it didn't bother Mary anymore. She at least had her peace of mind. The old man's voice and the buzzing sound of that drone no longer haunt her nightmares.
I sat quietly in the airport terminal with my boyfriend, Ralph. I watched him lovingly as he browsed the dark net on his laptop. I always try to recall this one last happy memory because our lives were about to become a horrific nightmare. He just proposed to me last week and had planned this wonderful getaway vacation. I will not name the country because I don't want to paint them in broad strokes after the horrific experience that we had that I will never get over. I was just 21 and he was 22 at the time, and we were feeling really adventurous. We loved going off the grid. We loved the feeling lost in a city, and truthfully, we enjoy the more hidden underground scenes that you won't find in Yelp. From exotic restaurants that served weird animal meat in Southeast Asia, to underground wine cellars that has a super alcoholic beer called snake venom in Eastern Europe. We wanted to try it all. To find these places, our go-to was the dark web. There, you can find forums detailing the underground scene in almost every city. While the reputation of the dark web was always questionable, we found it useful when looking for these kinds of places. Ralph found one, a small bar where they served locally brewed beer. It had no name. It looked pretty tame in the pictures. Pretty normal, except for some highly concentrated alcohol and some weird insect snacks. Oh well, it's a start.
What do you think, Jane?
He asked.
Well, not bad for a first day. We can research more places once we get there.
After a smooth flight and dropping stuff off at the hotel, we finally made it to the bar. We went through a small, narrow alley into a building with no sign and a blue sign that said open, and so we went in. We were surprised that the bar was so colorful inside, with flashing blue, pink and purple lights everywhere. We went straight to the bar. The bartender introduced himself as Kareem. He was quite fluent in English and made some funny jokes about us Americans. Then he served us some cool flaming cocktails and some chips. The night was turning out great. Amazing music, fun dancing, and some wonderful cocktails too. I was getting really drunk. Kareem gave us one last drink. The 2 glasses looked normal enough, but he said that drink makes you feel sexy. Curious, Ralph and I cheers and drank the 2 glasses. He held my hand and he smiled at me. But then, something was wrong. I saw Ralph's face becoming blurry. Then suddenly, everything felt weird. I was starting to feel really tired, my limbs becoming limp. Then, I just lost consciousness. I wake up slowly, disoriented. The smell was terrible. I felt so uncomfortable from the hard surface I was lying in. I slowly open my eyes, and I see a moldy brown ceiling. Where am I? Why does my stomach hurt? I touch it and I feel something warm. I look at my fingers and there's blood. Then, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach area. I tried to look down and saw that there was a cut, as if it was marked for surgery. It was a struggle to move, but I managed to turn my head to my right. What I saw shocked me. A transparent glass box with eyes that is bloody. In the middle of the glass was a little object that at first I couldn't really see because my vision was a bit blurry. But then, when it got clearer, I gasped. It was a kidney. Around it are few surgical equipment, like scalpels. On the other bed, Ralph. A small hole in his belly. I was crying as it is becoming clear to me now that we were drugged in that bar. How I am awake now, I don't know. I tried moving my legs. They felt heavy, nearly paralyzed. I managed to kick and move my legs eventually. Finally, my body was starting to move once more, the effect of the drug somehow dissipating. I reached out to the table to get the scalpel. I hear someone coming, footsteps getting closer. I hid the scalpel as the door creaked open. In comes Kareem, eating a shawarma and talking on the phone. He looked very relaxed, despite the evil he was doing. How can somebody be so callous? I pretend to be unconscious, grasping tightly at the handle of the scalpel. Kareem goes to my bedside and inspects the wound. He tries to grab the scalpel from the table, looking away from me. This was my chance. With all the willpower I could muster, I pushed my buddy up towards him and stabbed him with a scalpel on the chest. He was visibly shocked and fell to the floor. I ran for it, ran as fast as I could. I looked out an open window and I found I was in the 6th floor of some old, rundown tenement block. I ran to the elevator, pressed the button, but it was clearly not working. Suddenly, the door to the room I was in swung open. Out comes Kareem, bleeding and limping towards me. I ran for the stairs as quickly as I could, 6 of 7 flights of it. I can hear him shouting a few floors. I was close to the ground floor, sweating and panting, and just hoping the door would be open. I held up the scalpel, just in case. I can hear him getting closer. I reached the ground floor. Fortunately, the door was indeed open. I ran outside as fast as I could. I went into the streets. I saw some people, and I asked for help, but they ran away from me. I realized they couldn't speak my language and were probably scared because I was brandishing a scalpel. I ran and ran. Behind me, I could see the door to the tenement open and Kareem rushing out. I ran into the street and a car almost ran into me. I stopped the car. A female driver looked at me, not understanding what I was saying in my panic. Yet somehow, she had the instinct and trust to open the door and let me in when she saw Kareem running towards me. She drove away as we left Kareem in the dust. I looked back and saw 2 more men whose faces I couldn't see come out of the tenement to meet him. This was not a one-man operation. This was clearly a syndicated crime. I went to the police and they raided the area. However, when they arrived, the room was empty. No Kareem, no trace of the equipment, except for an empty bed. Ralph and his kidney were nowhere to be found. It's been 3 years now. The authorities in that country has been so helpful. The police clearly did their best to try to find Ralph, but it was no use. After the first year, they declared it a cold case. I haven't been on the dark web since all of this happened. In fact, I have not been out much at all. Just a shell of the person I used to be. I've kept in touch with the lady who saved my life, and we have become good online friends since then. But that's actually the only good thing to have come out of this experience. I now only have the memory of our last few happy hours with Ralph. I watched him lovingly as he browsed the dark net through his laptop on the airport. I wonder where he is now. Is he trapped in a tenement somewhere? Tortured? Did all his organs get harvested? His eyes, kidney, liver, and heart. I wish I could have saved him in time, but the reality is, he is gone, and with him, a part of my heart is gone too.
I was a 19-year-old living in a small middle-class town in Greece. It was the economic recession, and it was hard for me to find part-time work. Babysitting was the most viable option. The additional euros would allow me to save for when my university classes start. I thought, hey, watching over a kid, putting them to sleep, then watching TV? Sounds great. I was wrong. It was one of the scariest experiences of my life, and I'm still traumatized years later. The worst part is, I think it's still following me. I don't think I will ever be truly free from it. It started out innocently. I saw the job offer online. A reasonably well-off single mom who seemed to have had a lot of success in organizing high-end weddings. The job paid well. You had to cook dinner, take care of a little girl until she falls asleep, and then you essentially have the whole house to yourself. Sweet, I thought. Sounds like a great deal. When I went to the block, I saw the house. It was immediately familiar to me. It was supposedly the local haunted house. Everyone thought it was abandoned. Who knew it was only for sale? Well, I guess the stories weren't true because a nice family's living there now. The mom, Iris, interviewed me in their living room, with little Nicole sitting near her. The girl was 7 years old. The house itself was very spacious and looked very old school. Most importantly, they had a nice TV. I liked this gig already. I answered all of her questions to the best of my ability. That night I got a call. "Cora, you got the job." I was very pleased with myself. The next day, I was at the house 10 minutes before my schedule. Iris left me the keys to the house and gave me a few final reminders and went off to prepare the wedding she was organizing the next day. Nicole was a little angel. She was smart and articulate for her age. She preferred to do her homework on her own, which gave me a little free time. She was on the floor working and I was busy on my phone. I cooked her pasta, which she loved. We both watched cartoons on TV and then it was off to bed for her. She asked me to tuck her in and tell her a bedtime story. I told her about the Princess and the Pea. Then, when she got really sleepy, I kissed her goodnight and turned off her light. Her room now only had a tiny purple lamp illuminating one side of the bed. I was about to close the door to the room when she interrupted me. She asked me to keep the door open. I asked her why. She said, "It's for her friend." "A friend?" "Yes," she said. "Mr. Jello." I thought this was a pretty adorable name for an imaginary friend. I kept the door slightly open and the rest of the night was uneventful. For the first few weeks, everything was great. The routine worked out perfectly and I was able to relax and get to know the family a bit more. It was in my 5th or 6th work night when things started to get pretty creepy. At this point, I was comfortable letting Nicole play alone while I read a book in the room beside hers. I could hear her laughing alone. I look at her on the kitchen floor where she's sitting, staring straight into a wall, speaking to it. Odd, I know, but I shrug it off. I went back to reading. I heard her say, "Yes, she's here. She's very cool. Yeah, I'm sure she'd like to meet you." I glanced at her again. To my horror, there was something on the wall. A shadow. A deep, dark shadow. It was so vivid that I thought there must be someone behind her casting that shadow. I immediately ran to the kitchen, turned on the lights, and there was nobody there. I quickly picked her up. She was wondering why I was so upset. "It's just Mr. Jello," she said. "He says he'd like to meet you." Later that night, still unnerved by what I saw in the kitchen, I put the little girl to bed. I asked her a bit more what Jello looked like. "Is he made of jelly?" She said no. "He's more like a friendly shadow." "Why is his name Jello?" She told me that the first letter is a G, not a J. I tucked her into bed and she looked pretty sleepy and tired. I told her good night and she replied, "Good night, CJ." CJ was a nickname when I was 6 or 7, around her age. There was no way she could have known that. Was that a lucky guess? I asked her, "Is CJ something you came up with?" And she answered, "No. Isn't that what they used to call you?" I was baffled. No one has called me by that name in over a decade. "How did you know that?" "Mr. Jello told me." I was really getting freaked out now. "And how did he know this?" "Oh, he knows all about kids. You were a kid then." My jaw hit the floor. "Good night, CJ," she said. I couldn't even respond anymore. I walked to the door, turned back around one more time, and there it was. A shadowy creature with glowing red eyes, peeking ever so slightly over the bed. I turned on the lights and rushed to the side of the bed. There was nothing there. When I turned around, the kid was on the bed, standing, with a blank expression and a wide smile. From her came a deep, eerie female voice.
"Let me in, CJ."
She promptly collapsed on the bed and was fast asleep. I called her mom, frantic. Told her everything that had happened. Her reaction was dismissive. She scolded me and told me not to entertain these childhood fantasies of imaginary friends. I insisted that I saw it myself. Her reply chilled me. So what? Even if it's true, there's nothing anyone can do about it. I was fired then and there. There was something very wrong in this house. It's not only affecting the child, it's probably also influencing the mom and maybe even me. I searched Jello with a G online. It was definitely not what I expected. The Gello is a demonic woman. The word itself in Greek originated from the grin or the laugh that the creature has. It threatens women's unborn children, infants, and even young children. The demon appears in classical antiquity, Byzantine Empire, and even in the medieval and modern age. It is a child-killing demon. Alarmed by my discovery, I called the mom again. This time she wasn't picking up. I rushed to the house, and I was greeted with an ambulance leaving the home. The people around it said the child was sick and being rushed to the hospital. I tried going back to the home several times. I never saw the mom and the daughter again. After several weeks, I just saw a for sale sign. The house was sold. I never knew what happened to Nicole, and it's been giving me nightmares since then. It's been many years since. The house has regained its reputation as the town's haunted house. I am now happily married. Every once in a while, I pass by that house on the way to my work, now in sales. One day, I was passing by the house and looked at the window. And there, I saw her. Nicole, inside the house, looking straight at me, grinning. I closed my eyes quickly, and when I opened them, it was the demon now on the window, pointing at me. I ran as fast as I could away from the house. Incidentally, on this occasion, I was on my way to the doctor's office, and it was the same day I found out I was actually pregnant, and now I'm full of worry for my child. I could barely sleep, and in my half-awake state last night, I heard it. A familiar, deep voice. A voice I heard in the bedroom of a little girl those many years ago. A female voice that whispered,
Let me in.
And it kept going and going.
Let me in.
And sooner or later, I might be convinced.
I am a mom raising my 8-year-old son in a small suburb. I did well for myself in my landscaping business while my husband worked in tech. The year 2017 was particularly good to us, and so I decided to bring my little boy, Kenneth, to the mall to buy Christmas decors, while my husband stayed at work to finish the last few things he needed to accomplish before his holiday break. Little did we know that this innocent encounter will lead us to a terrifying holiday experience. This story is a cautionary tale. There are evil people out there. The day started normally, with us visiting shops, eating ice cream, and just overall enjoying the holiday vibe of the mall. Of course, like most upper middle class malls, there was a mall Santa. Today, the line was particularly long, extending to the food court. I got really impatient, but Kenny Boy was adamant that we fall in line so he could whisper his gift request to the old man. When it was his turn, he could barely hold his excitement, a big grin all over his face. I moved a few feet away, trying to get good pictures and videos on my phone. The crowd was always on the way of the shots, so I had to move further and further away to the back. I noticed the mall Santa staring at me, smiling the whole time, while my boy was excitedly speaking to him while sitting on his lap. It was not creepy or anything. It didn't raise any red flags because obviously I was the parent and he just wanted to keep me in his sights. What I didn't know was how the conversation with my son was going. I couldn't hear it from where I was, but if I did, I would have stopped it immediately. When my kid was done, I asked him what he and Santa talked about, because they really did take quite a while to finish. He said it was a secret, and that he didn't want Santa to think he was naughty and not give him a gift. Fair enough. I dropped the topic completely. not thinking much about it. That night, I tucked Ken in and kissed him goodnight as usual. He seemed to be alert and energetic to fall asleep. I stood up close to the tiny opening of the window. The snowstorm outside had become stronger. I looked down on him. He told me not to lock it, because Santa will come by tonight. I told him that Santa Claus and his reindeers only come on Christmas Eve. He reluctantly agreed to go to sleep. What I would find out later would haunt me for the rest of my life. I was fast asleep beside my husband when my door slowly creaked open. In the small opening, I could see my son peeping.
"What's up, buddy?"
My husband asked.
"Santa's here, Dad,"
He said.
"That's nice. Go to sleep now or he will not bring you gifts." "But he's asking me to open the door. Should I?"
My husband is too sleepy to engage with this further. He just told our son that if Santa wants to go in, he can use the chimney as usual. What we didn't know was that our son wasn't imagining it. When he was sitting on the mall Santa's lap, Santa asked him what he wanted for Christmas as usual. So he listed down the various console games he wanted. Santa asked him to describe his house. He said it was big. Santa then asked him about our stuff, our TV, our games, our appliances. Then, Santa told him he can visit earlier. All my son needed to do was tell him our address. My son hesitated at first, saying that Santa should know where everyone lived. He simply said,
"I am a forgetful man. If you want it earlier, you can just tell me now, so I can deliver tonight."
That night, when my kid was lying awake in bed, he heard a voice calling him from outside. He peeked at the window, and out there on the snow, there he was, the mall Santa. Behind him were two other guys, but they were obscured by the darkness in the snow. My son opened the window and spoke to them. This is when Santa said he had a gift, and he was asking for him to open the door. Back to our room, my husband just dismissed my son and told him to go to bed. He ran down the stairs. I heard him. I was awoken by the sound of thuds. It sounded like he fell on the way down. I rushed down. He wasn't crying or anything, but he was on the floor, just as I started going down the stairs. He quickly rose up and ran to the door. I saw from the window the image of three men. My son's hand was now on the doorknob. I shouted at him not to open it. He said, "It's Santa." I said it's not. I grabbed my phone and shouted at them to get the hell out of my property and that the cops are coming as well. Then, I hear a loud thud. Then another. They are trying to break the door down. But just as the latch on the door almost broke, I got the keys of my car and turned on the car alarm. This startled the men, thinking that they have activated an alarm system, and then they scrambled off. We didn't really hear anything from them that night. All three of us huddled together in the room. Police were alerted and did a sweep of our area and found nothing. The next morning was especially cold. My husband got some wood and placed it on the fireplace. We had some hot cocoa in our hands. My son was still shaken from what he had experienced last night, but he's starting to talk now. As the fire grew hotter, my husband noticed a weird smell coming out from the fireplace, like burning meat. Then, a loud scream. It startled all of us. Then the screaming continued. Then, the unmistakable sound of a man choking. It was disturbing. My husband immediately killed the fire. He then called the cops. What we found would haunt my dreams for years to come. Sometime in the night, the man in the Santa costume decided he didn't want to give up. He climbed the chimney as many robbers do, to try to fit in. and get into our fireplace. Like the chimney sweepers of the past and many robbers of the present day, he got stuck in the fireplace and was actually already suffering from positional asphyxia. And when my husband turned on the fire, the heat grew immensely and his face and right side started burning into a crisp. He died from carbon inhalation. The smell was unbearable. The sight of his burnt body in a Santa costume is forever in my memory. My name is Allison, and I worked as a cashier in our small town's McDonald's when I was 18. But I don't think I can ever step in that restaurant again though. Not the fault of the business, but because it might trigger some incredibly frightening memories for me. I learned the hard way that sometimes one simple stupid choice can turn your life into a living nightmare. And this is what happened on that fateful winter day. I started my shift like any other. Breakfast is usually the busiest time of the day. By the time we reach mid-afternoon, the crowds become much more manageable. A nice young man, dressed in pretty high-end clothes, walked into the store and was really taking his time to order. He asked me what my recommendations were. That's not a question we usually get here. I hear that more in restaurants than in fast food joints, where people usually have a clear idea on what they want to begin with. I recommended the Big Mac meal. He agreed. He was a really charming man and he complimented how clean our McDonald's branch was. Again, not a thing I usually hear in this place. Still a bit amused by this conversation, I let my guard down and stupidly answered his next question. Is Neha working today? Without thinking, I replied that she was doing the night shift. He thanked me for that and he just left. He told me I can have the Big Mac meal. I was just baffled. I didn't know what to make of it. Was this guy a friend? A jealous boyfriend? I know I had to ask Neha before I go home. Neha arrived early that night as I was just about to wrap my shift. She didn't look like her normal, happy, glowing self. She looked haggard and sad. I asked her if she was okay, and at first she responded that she was fine. I told her that a man was looking for her this afternoon. Her eyes widened, her mouth open. She looked absolutely terrified. I asked her what was wrong. She replied that she had just broken up with her boyfriend of 3 years a month ago and also has a restraining order on him. He had managed to track her. It was an intensely abusive relationship. It was not just psychological and emotional, but also physical. The boyfriend was a controlling narcissist who wanted to regiment every move she makes. He gets into almost a rabid rage when he sees her with another guy, even her own family. He was truly unhinged. I immediately knew I messed up by telling him that Neha was having her shift that night. She was understanding. She said that she will try to ask the other workers there for help in case he shows up. I asked her to call the police immediately since she already has a restraining order. I gave her my number in case she needed any help from me, and I told her that I will do whatever it takes to keep her safe. She could tell that I was feeling guilty about the entire thing, but she assured me that everything will be fine and that she doesn't blame me for anything. That night, I couldn't really sleep. I was staring at my phone, waiting for an update. At just around midnight, I called her to check if everything was fine. She answered it and told me that she couldn't really talk because it was getting busy and that she was doing well and there is no sign of the guy. She also said she will keep me posted. I had a really bad feeling. But then, I told myself it was probably just me being guilty and paranoid. The next day, I checked in for work as usual. I was smiling at customers while working the till. Then, an irate middle-aged lady comes in. She doesn't seem to be having a good day and had a general Karen vibe. She immediately went to me and said she would like to speak to the manager. Wow, this lady is something else. I haven't even taken her order or spoke to her, and she already wanted to speak to the manager? My manager, Tony, went up to the counter to entertain her. She whined about how there was an incredibly foul smell coming from behind the store. Tony explains to her that it's where our trash bins are, and we will go check. In our country, it's those large smell green bins. Tony asked one of the female crew to follow this lady to the back. I've never had a customer complain about smell before, so this was something new to me. A few minutes later, I was taking the order of an elderly couple when I hear screaming from outside.
Call the police! Oh my god!
They shouted. The screaming kept on going. Curious customers, including the couple I was speaking to, also rushed out, and then more screams. I walked out of the store too, leaving another guy to man the counter. There was a small group of people, all huddled, covering their noses. I looked down at the bin, and I saw it. Poor Neha, slaughtered, murdered, thrown into the dumpster. I couldn't believe it. I felt like I died a little inside. This was my fault, I thought immediately, and I just broke down crying. I failed her, all because of my one stupid decision to not protect my co-worker. The police knew immediately who the primary suspect was. They caught him in a parking lot, and instead of surrendering, the bastard shot back, perhaps to end his own life, knowing full well that the police will shoot him. He's gone now, but the pain for me is just beginning. I've been in therapy for 2 years now. I still couldn't process the guilt and grief. Ladies, don't share the location of other women to random men. That's actually the lesson I learned the hard way, which is why I'm sharing my story today.
These roads are a pain to drive on,
Thought Mick, glad he had equipped the car's tires with chains. Mick and Nina always love the cold and the snow, but not when it is this thick.
How far is it? It's getting hard to see,
pointed out his wife, Nina, growing concerned at the big white clouds looming above.
Just a bit more, it's worth it, I swear. No one's been to this place in ages. There's no house or town for miles. We will have our peace and quiet here, you know. There, I think I see it,
he said, pointing further up the mountain, on the end of the path, cutting through the trees. The dirt road, long having stopped being made of asphalt, made it difficult to drive, and more so, to park. As they near the isolated wooden lodge, they go down the car and looked around.
Is that normal?
Nina is looking at some trees on the side of the road. The bare trees look like they were violently cut in half.
Maybe it's the snowstorm,
Mick said.
Snowstorms don't have claws,
Nina replied. Mick is now looking at a long claw-shaped gash on another tree.
You're overthinking this,
he replied. They entered the lodge, shaking the snow off his shoes as he closed the door behind. He sniffed the air loudly, lifting his head and closing his eyes.
The smell of wood never gets old.
He looked around, noticing the dust on the floors wasn't as bad as they anticipated. The couches by the fireplace, covered in plastic sheets, to avoid getting them dirty, looked fairly clean too.
How about you put on some stew while I clean around?
He asked his wife, feeling hungry already. Opening the closet in the bathroom, he quickly found what he was looking for. Taking up an old ragged broom, he closed the closet door, revealing the bathroom window behind it. There was movement outside. A shadow.
Must have been my imagination,
he thought, and went to clean the house. Smelling the veggies and meat boiling, he took a look in the kitchen.
How's the stew?
Mick asked, to get her attention.
Well, it's still stewing. How's the cleaning?
She asked back, with a bit of sass in her voice.
Clean, I'd say,
the man said, smiling. Going back to his task while looking at the floor. The meal was nice, warming them up to the bone, and they enjoyed it while watching the snowfall right out the window.
I wish the kids were here with us,
she said, while sipping her soup.
You know how it is. They're not kids anymore. They're all married. Kids grow up and they must leave the nest.
Lowering his head as he took another sip. Something outside the window moved in the trees.
What?
Asked Nina, noticing the alert state of her husband.
Thought I saw something. Anyway.
A scratching sound. The sound of nails running over wood, like claws of a bear trying to rip the door away. After a bit, it stopped, leaving them puzzled. Just as they hoped it was over, a crashing noise, like that of shattering glass, erupted in the living room. Mick getting up, his adrenaline rushing like crazy. He took hold of a chair as he went to check what the ruckus was. Horrified by what he found, he saw it, standing at over 7 feet high and crouching to fit under the ceiling. The hairy, naked thing had shapes closer to that of a monkey than to a human, despite the mostly naked skin. Hair jagged and irregular, coating the entire neckless head down to his shoulders. This dark-skinned simian was looking away as Mick entered the living room. He looked back at his wife, mouthing, "Run," to her, before moving sideways to try and get to the exit without alerting whatever this thing was. He gets his gun from the wall as his wife moved very slowly. This horrid thing had to turn his entire torso in order to face the man, forcing him at a weird angle. His enormous lips extended in an O expression of surprise. The two jet-black eyes were fixated on Mick as the creature held his hand out, pale blood bleeding out of it. He must have gotten cut while breaking through the glass.
Run, Nina! Run!
Screamed Mick, lifting the chair towards the thing as his wife ran behind him as best as she could, opening the door and going outside. In a flash, the massive ape was running towards Mick. He grabs the chair and tries to put it between him and the creature. Mick was desperately trying to keep the chair in between him and the awful beast. He felt his feet sliding back on the floor as the thing pushed, the weight of the creature being too much for him to stop. He tossed the chair in the face of the ape, forcing it to dodge. He manages to get outside and locked the creature inside. In dismay, he looked at his car, entirely covered in snow, unusable, as the noise of glass could be heard again from the other side of the property. They had no choice but to hide. Running to the forest, their legs sinking up to the knee at each step, they heard the heavy steps of something inching closer. As they rounded their way behind a tree, Mick tried to shoot it, but he missed. The awful creature getting closer, they caught their breath before running deeper in the forest. They managed to hide behind some bushes. Mick aims at the creature's head. It looked like a confused child wandering in the forest.
Don't, just let it go,
Nina whispers. Mick shoots the creature on the head. It falls. The creature lies dying in the ground, its eyes slowly closing. But just before its last breath, the elderly couple stood up. They looked around, relieved. But then, the ground starts rumbling underneath them. The big stone started to move, revealing limbs coming from under them. This creature is so much bigger, towering over them. They stumbled right into their nest. The two held hands one last time. She kissed him and said, "Thank you for everything." As the giant rose up above them, raised a giant fist, and smashed the ground. Printed all over the newspapers were the faces of the elderly couple. No one ever found the lodge or their bodies. Their kids didn't even bother asking where they were going. And now, they will never know the truth about what happened that cold winter day. The Airbnb Jimmy rented online looked exactly like the pictures. Having traveled all over Japan, his wife, Darlene, and 7-year-old daughter, Kaylee, were on their last leg of their spring break getaway, and back home to Dallas they go. This morning, they wound up in a nice home in the small town near some beautiful hot springs. The house looked really old, but well maintained. Snow covered its once moss-colored roof. Its wooden textures made Jimmy glad that they booked this particular house, as he was looking for an authentic local experience. They were the lucky first Airbnb tenants to find this place, and so, the price was a steal. They were in for a relaxing 4 days and 3 nights in this area. They dropped their stuff, Mom and Dad in one room, and Kaylee on her own. Then, they left for the town center. They had a long, busy day of touring the town center, the hot springs, and the other sites of interest. They arrived at around 8 in the evening. It was very cold, and Dad struggled to put the key into the keyhole, his hands slightly frostbitten. Kaylee was standing behind them, was staring at the second-floor window, looking distraught. "Who's that?" she asked, pointing to the window. Jimmy asked her what she was referring to. She replied that there was a shadow on the window. Then, it just disappeared. Dad dismissed it, saying she must be imagining it again, as she used to have an imaginary friend. Finally, Jimmy is able to open the house, and into their rooms they go. Kaylee asked if she could sleep in their room that night, but the husband and wife refused. Kaylee was so scared. she kept the lights on and slept soundly. Then, in the middle of the night, she awoke to the sound of heavy, strained breathing. She opened her eyes and realized that the lights were now off. This frightened her, as she was absolutely sure she kept them on. Then, she heard the voice say something loudly in Japanese. "Anata hadare," said the voice. She looks around the room, and there, in the doorway, there is a figure, a woman in dirty, white clothes. "Mom?" she called. "Anata hadare!" she shouted. Then, she walked forward. In the darkness, she can barely see the outline of a disheveled old woman. Kaylee closed her eyes and screamed. Her parents rushed out of their rooms, turned on the lights in the corridor, and the woman was gone. Kaylee pointed to the door while screaming. Dad looked around, while Mom rushed to comfort her. There was no one there. Dad was standing in the spot where the woman stood. He told his daughter it might have been just a nightmare. He tells her that she can sleep in the same room as them that night. Then, he stops in his tracks, looks down, and sees that there seems to be a puddle of water where he stood, about the size of footprints. They finally managed to get some sleep for the rest of the night. Darlene was taking a shower. She was delighted that such traditional old house had hot running water. While she was busy putting on shampoo, she suddenly screamed in pain as she felt it. A rough, sudden pain on her left wrist. There were deep scratch marks. There was very little blood, but it was red and painful. She looked around the shower, and there was no one there. But on the glass, there was an outline of a hand in the steam. This scared her. She started airing her concern to her husband. She's starting to believe that there is something really wrong with the house. Jimmy can no longer dismiss their concerns. He sat down with his wife and daughter, and together, they started looking for other Airbnbs, but everything was fully booked. He managed to find a small hostel that looked tiny, but it was better than this place. However, they could only move there at noontime the next day, so they had to sleep in the house for the night, as it was freezing outside. While Jimmy didn't fully buy their stories, he was respectful of what the two ladies experienced, so they all moved their stuff from the upstairs room, where the bathroom is located, and where Kaylee saw the woman. They huddled together on the floor downstairs, near the staircase. This was not what they had hoped for their vacation. They managed to finally fall asleep. But then, they all hear it. A loud groan from upstairs. A sound like whimpering. It was echoing all over the house. Jimmy opened his eyes and pulsed down his blanket. The sound stopped. He is now staring at the ceiling, waiting, listening for the sound. For a short while, there was nothing. Then, the wailing, the sound of a woman howling, crying. He thought he was in a nightmare, but he stood up. Then, a hand suddenly grabbed him. It was Kaylee. "Daddy, no, I hear her too." Jimmy was not sure if it was a ghost or an intruder, so he grabbed an umbrella and got ready for a fight. He walked slowly towards the stairs, Kaylee looking on worried. He turned to the corner and saw two dirty feet, some liquid in between them, falling from inside the skirt of a decomposed old lady. Is she peeing? She stared at him intently, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of him, crying, bloody, decomposing, and angry. He tried to scream in terror, but no words came out of his mouth, and he fell, collapsing on the floor, hitting his head on his way down. He wakes up to paramedics taking his vitals inside the home. They tell him he collapsed in the middle of the night, but Kaylee and Jimmy knew what really happened. The owner of the Airbnb on the phone speaking to his wife. His wife crying. Jimmy asked what was going on, and the real story emerged, equally sad and horrifying. The house was the ancestral home of the young owner. His mother and father lived there for decades. He was raised there. As his old mother started suffering from dementia, it became too much for him, and he left her in that house, with only a nurse to take care of her. The nurse got fed up as well and abandoned the old lady. She died alone, scared and in despair, angry that she had been forgotten. Her body was found 2 months after she died. No one bothered to check on her. The son just cleaned the home and put it up for rental afterwards. He profusely apologized for their experience and just offered a refund instead. As Ben's 9th grade class ended, he waved goodbye to his classmates who were being fetched by their parents. While he was a skinny, quite nerdy kid, he did have a lot of friends in the school. He was a promising and smart student that everyone got along with. He said take care to the ones riding school buses. He was going to walk home because he only lived 10 minutes away from the school. And on that day, his mom was at home, sick with colds. He had walked home countless times before, so this was absolutely no problem. His backpack weighed heavily with all the books and projects, so he walked fairly slowly. He stood in front of a stoplight, waiting for it to turn green, when a white van slowed down and pulled in behind him. It was broad daylight, so he was not concerned. He just looked ahead at the stoplight, not realizing that the van's door opened behind him, and out came 2 men. As the light turned green and he was about to walk, the men quickly snatched him. One man put his arms on his mouth and whispered that if he screamed, they will kill him. He was immediately put inside a van. He trashed and struggled, but they were too strong for him. One of the men pulls out a syringe and injects him. Tears are running down his eyes into the man's hand that is still firmly on his mouth. Slowly, his eyes start to close as he falls into a deep sleep. Ben slowly opened his eyes and immediately grimaces in pain. Something was very wrong. He was still disoriented and a bit shocked. On the floor, he could see pools of blood and dirty liquid. Only a small ceiling light illuminated the table where he was lying down. He tried sitting up. It was very difficult at first. He tried to hold the table to get balanced and was shocked to see his right arm. It was just gone. There's a stump right below his elbow where his forearm used to be attached. It was covered in bloody bandage and is still wet with blood. Tears well up in his eyes, and he wails in terror and confusion as he realizes his arm has been amputated. He looked around him, and he is in a dark warehouse-like structure with barrels that look like cages with kids and adults in them. They look emaciated, like they have not eaten in weeks. The place itself is smelly, dirty, and cramped. From the shadows emerges a tall, imposing figure. He spoke in a deep, gravelly voice that sent shivers down Ben's spine. The man says that his name is Rod and explains exactly what is going on. He tells the poor boy that this is his new life now, until he dies. When his wounds fully heal, he will join the others on their daily rounds. They will go out the streets to beg. Rod warns that any attempt to escape will be terrible for him. If he tries to speak out, they will take his tongue. If he tries to run, they will take his leg. And indeed, Ben saw a slightly older boy in the cage, with one of his legs gone. Rod explains that amputees tend to earn much more because people sympathize with them. And so, if he ever tries anything funny, his life will be even worse. The more he misbehaves or tries to rebel, the more body parts he will lose. They put Ben into a tiny cage. He sits there, terrified. Now he was also quite hungry. He asks for some food and they tell him that they will have to deprive him of food for a few days because he still looked a bit too healthy. All night, he was kept in that tiny cage, scared and crying, thinking about his family. Their memories are the only thing keeping him strong. He knew he will escape from this place, but how? This is clearly a well-organized crime syndicate. It's not going to be easy. He spent 3 days in the cell, eating the most disgusting food he has ever eaten. Not speaking to anyone, scared that the threat of him getting even more hurt will come to fruition. Then the day comes for him to beg. They give him instructions that he will be with a small group of 5 people, 3 other teens and an elderly lady who would carry a baby around. Ben noticed that the baby was not reacting to anything. Ben realized that this is why he rarely ever sees the babies carried around by beggars crying. Clearly, this infant had been sedated. They are loaded into the back of a small truck at 2 in the morning. This is to make sure that no one can see them being transported into the city center, so that tourists and locals in cars won't realize that they are not independent beggars, but are controlled by this syndicate. Before the truck left, Rod warns them that if they don't reach the daily quota of $30, they will be beaten up. This is not the city where he was abducted. This was hundreds of miles away. When they arrive at an intersection, one of the gang henchmen go down the truck with them and hang out in the nearby parking lot. The gang member has put down a small chair where he watches them beg and makes sure that they are doing their job. And so, he begins his day, knocking on cars and begging. Some people initially ignore him, but when they see his missing arm, they take pity and give money in return. This evil, manipulative scheme works. It makes a good buck. He would work from early morning until late at night, taking breaks to only eat some disgusting lunch that the lookout serves them. For weeks and weeks, this was his life. Along the way, Ben's appearance changed. He looked skinnier, his eyes were sunken, and he couldn't remove the overwhelming sensation of sharp, phantom pains where his arm used to be. One day, while he was on the road working, he saw a pile of trash on the roadside. Sticking out of the trash is a small, half-used pencil. Eyeing the lookout, who seems to be busy chatting with some other guys, he quickly picks the pen up with his toes, grabs it, and puts it inside his shorts. He started hatching a dangerous plan in his mind. Over the course of the next few days, when some people would give him packed food like sandwiches, he would keep the paper and hide it in his shorts. Then at night, alone in his little cell, he pretends to sleep while sitting down. His eyes are partially open though, looking out for the moment when his captors are distracted. He does this very patiently. He starts writing on the small paper. He wrote how he needed help and instructions that would lead them to the place where they are being kept. He even drew a little map based on their journey in the truck. He wrote several copies of this over the next few days. While he was writing, he hears,
What's that?
He thought he was caught, but it was just another kid being delivered. This time, a late teen girl. They put her on the table and proceeded to get the saw. The traumatic buzzing sound as they cut parts of her makes him teary-eyed and strengthened his resolve to get away from this place. He finished writing on the last few sheets as the pencil finally runs out of lead. He hides it in his shorts. For the next few days, there was no real opportunity to ask anyone for help. But Ben is patient and determined. At night, alone in his cell, it is the memory of his parents keeping the fire in him burning. From the other side of his cell, he could see the new girl, absolutely mentally destroyed and traumatized by what was done to her. That same day, his chance would come, but not in the way he expected, but in a way that was horrifying. They were once again loaded into the truck, this time with a new girl. She is now being given the same instructions he was given. She didn't respond. She just looked zoned out, totally blank. They started begging in the morning. Ben was still holding on to the papers he made. He saw a nice minivan, and the woman gave him some candies to eat. He hands her the paper. Then, he sees the van drive ahead, hoping that she would read it. The window of the van opened, and out came the woman's hand and throws away the paper. Dejected and angered, Ben kept his emotions to himself. Then, he hears a crash, then screaming. The lookout stood from his place. He looked startled too. A small family car stopped in the middle of the road. In front of it, the new girl. The driver is horrified.
She ran into the car! She ran into the car!
A small crowd is now forming around the girl. The lookout runs towards the girl and tries to see if she is okay, but there is blood everywhere. Her body is limp and lifeless. Ben stood there, teary-eyed, but he snapped out of it. This is his chance. While the lookout was busy trying to save the girl, he hands several people his papers. Most of them just reject him and is disgusted that he is touching them. He was down to his last paper, and he gives it to a lady. The lady stares at him, confused. He mouths, "Please." Then, her reaction changed to one of understanding. She keeps the paper in her pocket just as the lookout calls to him and tells him to help. The truck ride home was horrible. Everyone was quiet. Even the usually boisterous gang members were angry that they lost the girl. She was not even human for them, just a lost investment. Ben looked at them with seething hate. Ben is once again alone in his cell, but now the cell in front of him is empty. He cried himself to sleep. Then, his sleep is interrupted. There is a loud knock on the gate. The sound of police sirens. The gang members stand up in panic. The police is trying to break down the door of the warehouse. Enraged, the lookout gets a gun.
Who did this?
No one was answering. The door is about to be broken down.
Who?
Then, his eyes go to Ben. it clicks in his head.
You did this!
He loads his gun and points it at Ben. He's getting ready to shoot him. A gunshot echoes throughout the warehouse, and the lookout bleeds from the neck. The police shot him. He falls to the ground. The gang members also try to open fire, but the police fires back. Kids in cages, covering their ears, scared of the gunshots. Finally, with some of the gang dead, the others simply surrender. In the police station, Ben sees the lady who helped him and gave her one big hug. He thanks her for her help. Then, he saw his parents. They look like they haven't slept in ages, and the family reunites once more. The other kids and victims also getting reunited with their families. A social worker sits down with Ben and offers him state-sponsored counseling. She gives him an offer to testify against the people who wronged him. She says that they are starting to uncover evidence of a large-scale syndicated human trafficking operation. They deal in forced begging, factory slavery, and organ harvesting. He can contribute greatly, not only in jailing his abusers, but also in possibly taking down this large syndicate. He and his family will be entered into the witness protection program if he accepts. Without even thinking about it for a minute, he agrees. These people will pay.
I was the basketball team captain for my small college a few years ago. Despite not being the tallest kid in the team, I compensated with work ethic, determination, and agility. Not to brag, but at that time, I was quite popular among my classmates. I was pretty proud of what I have accomplished, and there is no better place to humble brag than Instagram. My Instagram account had a modest following of 2,000 people. Not exactly influencer level, but not too shabby for an otherwise normal-looking dude. Yet my arrogance got the better of me one day when I got an offer that was too good to be true. I got one of those business inquiry emails asking if they can partner with me to market their product. It was a message in my Instagram. They were going to pay me $500 a month to post about the bar that they were going to set up. They sent me pics of the bar under construction. The owner, an elderly gentleman, said he and his wife graduated from my school and would love to have me over for dinner to discuss business. That should have really been a red flag, but I'm not gonna lie, it was extremely flattering and I wasn't really using my head at that time. They gave me an address in the middle of nowhere. You see, in my town there are rural roads that stretch on for miles. I thought, wow, these guys must have a mansion hidden away from the town center. I was driving my dad's car into the empty back roads of our town, as the GPS on my phone signaled that it was a few minutes away. It was pitch black. All I could see was an old abandoned farmhouse in the middle of the field. This creeped me out so much that I felt that I needed to take a piss. I turned off my engine and stopped my car behind a tree. I was busy doing my business when suddenly, from the abandoned farmhouse, out came 3 men. They looked very disheveled, the man in front turned on a small phone with a broken screen. As the phone lit up his face, his eyes were blood red, and he looked drugged, out of his mind. I peed faster than I've ever peed in my entire life. Suddenly, I got an Instagram message. They heard the sound from my phone and turned to my direction and started walking. My heart was pounding as I tried to make it to my car. They were now running towards me, the phone giving them light in that unbearable darkness. I was a basketball player and I could run fast, but man, these guys run fast too. I get into my car. I open the door, but in my panic, I dropped my keys. They were closer now. I managed to pull myself together, and even with shaking hands, got the key into the hole. Then, I slammed the doors shut. They tried hitting my window, but it didn't break. I backed my car up. I turned it around and drove as fast as I could. From the rearview mirror, I could see the three guys running towards me. Fortunately, they just couldn't keep up. My phone was blowing up with messages from the old man, who obviously was not really an old man. They were hurling insults at me. They said, "You're a dead man." My heart was still pretty much pounding in my chest. I called the police, recklessly driving while on the phone. In the following days, I discovered that there were already 2 missing persons reported in our town from the past month alone. I am very convinced that what I experienced could have been the starting point, with potentially the same outcome. The farm that I was lured to had been abandoned for years. I began speaking out to my town about the dangers of Instagram. I now set my Instagram to private. It was very terrifying at the time, but a bit amusing in hindsight. My life was saved by me peeing. I just can't imagine what horrors would have happened to me if I was just a bit closer to the farmhouse, or if I didn't stop at all. If they got me, in all likelihood, the only pictures you will see of me are on missing posters.
The house was too good to be true. A cheap beachside property overlooking the Mediterranean Sea for Alan and Sasha's 3rd anniversary. To think they almost didn't continue with the booking, as Sasha found the owner of the property creepy when they spoke via Zoom. Plus, the location has never been rented. The price and quality of the pictures and videos convinced them to go on. Though they were never married, they always celebrated the first date. As they opened the door to their Airbnb rental, Alan steps forward and trips on the tiny elevated part of the doorstep. The night was uneventful at first. They had dinner by candlelight and wine, followed by some average-priced wine. They were happily munching on the cheese platter when they are startled by a loud knock on the door. It was really more of a thud than a knock. They looked through the keyhole. At first they couldn't really see anything. Then, an eye was staring back at Alan. The woman took a step back. She looked like in her late teens. Alan noticed that she had some bloody bruises on her face. She begs them to let her in. She tells them she ran away from her boyfriend, who was hurting her, and would like their help to call the police. Sasha was suspicious, but Alan saw the woman crying. She looked genuinely in distress, and so after a little back and forth, decided to open it. As he is turning the handle, still staring outside, he noticed a man hiding in the bushes behind her. Nope, he thought to himself, and he told her to go away, or he will call the cops. The man from the bushes emerged, brandishing a knife, and started moving towards the door. Sasha rushed to the kitchen to get her pepper spray, her hand dialing the police on their phone. Alan grabs the hat rack. Alan tells her that if they break down the door, they will have to fight. They stand there in anticipation. They were waiting for the inevitable thud of the door being broken down. Instead, they heard the lock click. How? How were they able to open the door? The man lunged at Alan as he hit the robber squarely on the face, blood gushing out of the guy's head, and he became even angrier. While on the floor, the man manages to stash Alan in the foot, creating a long gash that starts bleeding out. Alan instinctively falls to his knees in agony. Sasha runs forward to help him, but the man, proceeding to wrap his arms around his neck, the knife now pressed on his throat, creating a small wound that is bleeding out. Sasha stops in her tracks. Behind them, the wretched woman is looking outside on the road, making sure that no cars or neighbors are around. Blood is now gushing down Alan's neck. Though the wound is not deep, he could feel the intense burning sensation of the blade ripping through the flesh of his neck. Sasha saw that they were now at the doorstep, and he is dragging Alan out, slowly. The man instructs her to give him everything they have. She says okay, she will just get her purse. They can take whatever they want. Sasha notices that the man's foot is on the precipice of the elevated part of the doorstep. She starts taking off her earrings, the ring Alan gave her, and her wallet. The man tells her to give it to him. She walks forward, but instead of handing it to him, she throws them. The man tries to catch them with his other hand, stepping backwards into the same doorstep elevation that tripped Alan and he falls. The blade creates a long slash wound on Alan's neck. Not deep, but still very bloody. As he lost his balance, Alan elbows him hard on the chest, causing him to fall. Alan turns around, and with all his energy, gives this monster's face the strongest kick he can give. Two of his teeth fall down on the floor, and he is rendered unconscious. The woman turns around and screams, runs towards the house angrily, but before she could do anything, her eyes and nose get a healthy serving of pepper spray, and they manage to subdue her with ease. The man never fully recovered. He spent the next 3 weeks unconscious and woke up to permanent nerve damage in the brain after his skull fractured. The woman is now serving a 2-decade-long sentence, and a third suspect, the Airbnb owner, who allegedly gave them the key and orchestrated this rental for the robbery scheme's case, which is still ongoing and its details are undisclosed. Alan recovered with several stitches on his neck, and they are expecting twins. They have stopped using rental services and opt to have staycations instead.
There is an actual blood cult on YouTube. A cult that believes in the end of the world, and that the offering of blood is needed to transcend. It's not even a particularly well-hidden channel. In just a few minutes of snooping around, you are guaranteed to run into it. This is exactly what happened to my brother, Jorge, and our lives have become a nightmare because of it. I was 2 years older than him, and as his older sister, I looked after him all my life. Jorge was always a quiet kid, kept mostly to himself, to his video games and collectible card games, the magical type. We lived with a disabled mom who worked from home. My brother was always emotionally detached, maybe even troubled. When he was young, we caught him hitting a dog with a stick. So I was always worried that he was a bit sadistic. Whatever urges he had was reinforced when he visited this channel on YouTube. There is a guy on YouTube who claims to be Satan himself, and he promised people salvation in return for blood. One night, I walked in on my brother, moaning in pain. I peeked through the door of his room and I saw what he has done. It horrified me. He took a large pin from his board and punctured his hand over and over and over. They bled out and blood drops were everywhere. There was a small pool of blood on his desk, and he was using it to write on a small notebook. There were satanic symbols inscribed in ink, and under them were stains of brown dried blood, as if he had to input blood under each symbol. It was disgusting, frightening, and it got me very worried about my own safety and my brother's sanity. "What are you doing here?" he said behind me. I was startled. He was pointing at me with a finger that was bleeding behind a white bandage. "Don't you ever touch my stuff again or it will be your blood in that notebook," he said. I quickly left the room, terrified. I saw my mom in the living room, watching TV. She asked me what was wrong and why I looked like I've just seen a ghost. I figured it was too dangerous to tell her anything while my brother was in the house. The closest neighbor is a good 15-minute walk away, so if he freaks out, it's gonna be hard to find help. That night, I was tossing and turning in my bed. I couldn't sleep, so I looked up the cult online, and I found that thousands of people were actually believing in this one guy who claims to be Satan incarnate. The more blood they offer, the closer they are to salvation. What does that mean? Does that imply that if they murder someone in cold blood, they will be rewarded? When I was finally able to sleep, I was abruptly awakened at around 3 in the morning to the sound of chanting outside my window. I look out, and there, far in the dark, there's a small group of people just standing there, mumbling words I didn't know. They were just standing there, watching me, waiting for something. I noticed that they also had a white bandage on their fingers. Then, I heard footsteps. They were inside my house, in my living room. I rushed out and I called for my mom. Then, I saw it. A thick pool of blood on the floor, just outside my mom's door. There was a streak of blood all the way from my mom's room to the front door, which was wide open. I ran out and saw in the dark a van quickly moving away. I ran as fast as I could, but I just couldn't catch up, dialing the police on my phone at the same time. When they arrived a while later, we searched the house together. My mom was gone. My brother was too. His room was all but empty. The laptop, the notebook, everything missing. I firmly believe that these freaks took my mom. Who knows what they have done to her? Did they use her for some blood ritual? I don't even want to think about it. I'm now sitting here at the police station. The policeman is questioning me as if I was a person of interest. He was telling me that they found me searching for the blood cult on YouTube. How dare they accuse me? But then, it became clear to me what was going on, and I was absolutely horrified when I realized it. The policeman had a white bandage on his fingers. Actually, everyone in the room has bandages on their fingers, and they are now surrounding me.
Leo has been on Omegle for over 3 hours now. At the age of 16, it was his favorite pastime. He was always curious about the different cultures of the people he meets from all over the world. That night, he met a nice young lady, 19 years old. She was sharing that her name came from a musical instrument, and he found that fascinating. She learned English from a tutor, and she was pretty fluent, even if it was a second language that she learned later in life. They talked about music and school life. It was a lot of fun. Then, the conversation was interrupted by the sound of crashing glass. The girl looked visibly startled.
What was that?
She said, worried. Leo laughed. Obviously, this was a prank. He said he's seen stuff like this before, but she looked serious. Then, there were screaming downstairs. She went out of her room nervously and left the laptop open. He couldn't understand what was happening. He himself was getting anxious, and his mouse pointer was hovering above the stop button. Yet, he relented, maybe out of morbid curiosity, or maybe out of real concern. Then, he heard more screaming from downstairs. It was the girl she was talking with. Then, there was just silence. "Hello?" he asked. "Are you there?" Then, a sudden thud. Then the sound of loud footsteps going up the stairs. Several men, covered in what looked like ethnically designed masks, stormed the room. They ransacked the room, looking for valuables, and put them in a small black bag. Then, they saw that the laptop was still on. They stared at it for a few seconds, and then the Omegle Chat just stopped. Leo sat there, stunned. He didn't know if this was a prank or the real deal. It all happened so fast, he couldn't really react. A thought came to his mind. Maybe I should call the cops. But would they believe him? What could they even do? They're not even in the same country. He just laughed. It was not real, obviously. It was staged prank. Over the next few days, while at school, he would randomly look for the girl's name on his smartphone. He really expected to see himself in a YouTube, Instagram, or TikTok prank compilation video, or show up in some scary stories narration or animation. Then, 3 days later, his searching yielded a result. A family of 6 murdered halfway across the world. Mom, Dad, the housemaid, and 3 of the children bludgeoned to death by house robbers in broad daylight. He almost drops his phone when he sees it, the picture of his Omegle friend, now deceased. There was nothing he could have realistically done, but he knows he will carry this guilt for a long, long time. 13 years ago, when I was 10, my family's life changed forever. What was going to be a nice winter getaway became a complete and utter nightmare that I don't think I will ever get over. I must confess that I have lived in relative privilege. My mom and dad were both heirs to well-off families, and so, my life was pretty comfortable. 8 years ago, when I was 10, we went off to Europe for our Christmas vacation. A winter wonderland is what my mom promised. An unforgettable holiday experience. She turned out to be right. It was unforgettable, but not in a good way. It became lifelong trauma for all of us. We arrived at the lavish ski resort and planned out our day. There were activities designed for the whole family to enjoy. Basic skiing, sledding, even a wonderful sleigh ride. Then, there were activities specifically for adults. More advanced skiing, climbing to the peak of the frozen mountain, and other more challenging stuff. My parents would leave us in a private daycare whenever they did the more adult stuff. It was 2 days before Christmas when our nightmare finally happened. Mom and Dad went up the mountain that morning. They had guides, of course, and were part of a small group. They reached the top of the mountain after 3 hours of hiking. There, they were so high up that they could practically touch the clouds. They began their descent early afternoon and finished around 4. This is when my dad asked if he could still use the chairlift to ski. The guide strongly discouraged it, saying that the temperature was starting to drop really quickly and the wind is starting to get strong. Besides, they might not even be open anymore, as they closed fairly early in preparation for the Christmas event that night. Mom and Dad, being rather insistent, broke away from the group. They got to the chairlift area and saw that there was nobody left in the queue of people planning to go up. They were the last ones there, and the prior group was way ahead of them. They saw the guy operating inside the small makeshift clubhouse. They waved at him. The glass was foggy. He waved back at them, and they assumed that this meant they could ride. This was their biggest mistake. They boarded a lift and slowly ascended up into the now barely visible slope. The thick snow covering the land, and the wind carrying the small crystals, making it hard to see. Empty chair after empty chair passed them on their way up. Mom was starting to think that maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. But all of a sudden, they see another couple, an older one on their way down. They also look cold. The two couples exchanged short glances and wry smiles. This gave my mom a bit of assurance. At least they weren't totally alone. The ski chair finally reached the summit and turned around. Then, it started its slow descent. They took on the view of the resort, and it looked great at night. Then, the chair stopped. Just out of nowhere, it stopped. Dad assured Mom that this happens all the time. It's no big deal. It will restart. She was assured for a while. Then, they see the guy operating it go out of the operating cabin. From where they are, he looked like an ant. They call out to him, wave their hands in the air in sheer desperation, begging, shouting,
"We're here! We've been left behind!"
For a while it looked like he was going to stop. They thought he heard them. They were wrong. He was just lighting up a cigarette. Then he walked away. They scream even louder, pleading. Then he slowly disappeared into the snowy haze. And there was nothing but darkness, silence, and the 20 or more feet drop under their feet. Dad stared at it. He knew a fall from this height could be injurious or deadly. He took it off his mind. Surely someone will realize that they are gone, right? The kids are in their daycare. They have fallen asleep from a day of playing. No one will realize they are missing anytime soon. Mom's teeth were chattering. She could feel the chill reach her bones. Dad said something to her, but the words didn't come out properly. He was slurring. He felt weak and leaned his face against the metal corner of the chair. Then, he fell asleep. An hour later, he woke up. His wife was gripping his hand, while huddled closely to him. She looked at her fingers and they were swollen. He tried to move, but felt an excruciating pain on the side of his face. He tried to move, only to realize that some of the tissue has experienced ice burn from the exposure to the metal surface.
"We are going to die here if we don't do anything,"
my dad said. So they thought of what they could do. Dad first thought about using the wire to climb down. He stood up, rocking the chair dangerously. It was swinging back and forth. But when he tried to grip the metal wire, he found that his hands are unable to grip properly, probably because of the effect of the cold. He tried anyway, and as he gripped, the metal wire tore into his gloves, creating a large gash on his hand. He howled in pain and watched as a huge wound on his hand bled and the droplets hit the snow ground below. They huddled together and tried to keep warm. Dad finally said,
"I need to jump. If I don't, we will die."
She didn't want him to, but he insisted. He braced himself, thinking if he should keep his skis on, but then decided otherwise because he thought it might be dangerous if he lands the wrong way. Meanwhile, in the resort, we woke up searching for our parents. We frantically asked around. No one has seen them. The hiking guide has now helped us in asking people if they had seen them. Finally, someone spoke up. It was the couple they met on the ski lift. They said they found it odd that two people were still going up at that hour. Immediately, sirens started sounding all around the resort as they all rushed to the lift. Dad braced himself. He decided to hang from the lift as it would lower the impact just a little. He was now dangling, holding on. He tells my mom,
"I love you. And if anything happens, tell the kids I love them."
And just as he is about to let go, the lights turn on the lift, and it starts moving again. The operator in the cabin, sweaty, tense, and working as fast as he can to get them down. The problem was my dad's grip was slipping. He could no longer hold on, and there was still over 20 feet of drop. Mom took a risk and tried to pull him up as the lift slowly descends. She tried with all her might, but then her hand gripped his, and the deep wound from earlier. Dad screamed in pain and instinctively recoiled his bleeding hand, and he fell. The drop was long, and as he fell, his leg shattered, the bones now protruding from where his knee used to be. He was gravely injured and barely conscious. He looked up, and his fall sent the chair in a chaotic wobble. Mom was now in danger of falling too. She was holding on to the metal rail for dear life, not even caring that the metal was probably causing deep frostbites in her hand. Blood pooled around my dad as he was slowly losing consciousness, his vision becoming blurry. All he saw was the snow above him. Surprisingly beautiful. Not a bad sight to die to, he thought. But then, he saw some of the rescue crew as he slipped into unconsciousness. By some stroke of luck, Dad survived, yet his lower body is now permanently paralyzed. It did significant damage to his spine, but at least he lived. He and Mom said that they would have gone through any pain just to survive, because they were thinking of us. It was the thought of never seeing their kids again that kept them fighting. I am now married and I have a baby girl, and my parents' words never left me. They fought so hard to still be here for their kids. And now, we are going to celebrate their first Christmas holiday with mine. And this time, we're just going to stay at home.
This happened back in the 80s to my grandmother. Until now, she can never forget this incident. It shook her to her core, for it was both truly horrifying and sad. At that time, she was in her late 40s and had a 22-year-old daughter who all called Jane to keep her anonymity. My dad was 18 at the time. As a graduation gift, Auntie Jane and her best friend and neighbor, Michelle, were going to take a trip to the beach on the southern side of the country. They were on board a passenger ship that would take them to the countryside. It was a 2-week getaway adventure for 2 girls, and they were very excited to go. My grandmother was sitting alone in her house on the first night that Jane was gone. She remembers vividly that she was watching TV and eating chips when the doorbell rang. She went to the door and peeked outside. It was Jane. She was back early. However, my grandmother couldn't really see her face as her head was bowed down looking at the floor. From what little she could discern from the peephole, Jane looked sad. My grandmother quickly opened the door. Jane was dripping wet from head to toe. It was weird, because it wasn't raining that day. Yet there she was, totally drenched. She asked what was wrong, and Jenny just replied, "I need a warm shower." Grandma let her in, and Jane rushed to the toilet. Grandma waited anxiously outside. She was holding fresh clothes and just looking at the wet footprints on the floor. She heard her daughter say softly, "I love you, Mom." And she replied that she loved her back. Suddenly, her eyes widened as the strong smell of something burning hit her nose. It came from the bathroom. She quickly rushed to the toilet, opened the door, and her daughter was just gone. No trace of her at all, except for the wet footprints on the floor that were quickly drying up. She was then startled by the phone ringing. Back then, it was a landline phone. She picked it up. It was her neighbor's mom. She was crying on the phone. The neighbor said that her daughter showed up wet at her door and disappeared. Grandma said she experienced the same thing. They were both confused at the time, but after a day or two, they understood. The ship their daughters were in collided with another one, and it caught fire. The gasoline burned not only the ship, but the sea around it. There weren't enough lifeboats, and most of the passengers either burned alive or drowned. It was a massive tragedy, and to this day, one of the worst maritime disasters in the world. Both Jane and Michelle didn't make it, and their bodies were never recovered. As sad as my grandmother was for the tragic fate of her daughter, she was not scared, but happy that she got such a visit. She would later find out that they were not the only loved ones visited by the ghosts of that ship. It's been 3 decades, and Grandma sometimes gets startled when somebody rings the doorbell. Deep inside, she has never given up hope that one day Jane might come knocking once again. She believes that they will meet again, in this life or the next. Anna is fidgeting, anxious. Her suitcase is too full. She can't even close it properly. Yet, blanketing her bed, there are countless more pants and shirts waiting to be put in their place. At 30 years old, she's getting ready for her big break in the city. She will soon be part of a big marketing company, away from her small town. She puts on her colorful rainbow socks, knitted by her mom for the flight, then her shoes. She answers the phone. It's her uncle. Suddenly, her expression changes to surprise and confusion. "Sorry, I don't understand. I'm here at home." Her uncle sounds scared. He said that he had seen her in his house. She was on top of his stairs, crying. Then she went up to his room and he followed her. She was just gone. Anna replies, "That's impossible. He was far away in the Middle East, 7,000 miles away. He must have been imagining things." This is not the first time Anna has been spotted in various places where she isn't. People see her in random places all the time, even if she's not there. She recalled the time when she finished taking a bath. She went out of the bathroom and saw her mom staring at her, slack-jawed and stunned. "What's up?" she asked. "You just came out of the shower 2 minutes ago," the mom replied. It seems that the more time passes, spotting her double has become more common. A doppelganger who seems to be harmless but quite creepy. She puts the phone down. "Anna," her mother called out to her. "Your taxi's waiting downstairs." In panic, she quickly sits on her suitcase and it closes. She tearfully hugs her mom. "Message me when you're about to board, okay?" "Sure, Mom. I'll miss you." And she runs down the stairs with her bag in tow. The airport is dark and quiet that night. She's quietly reading a book. Out of nowhere, a chill ran down her spine. It's that odd feeling of being watched. She looks around her suspiciously. There's barely anyone there. Anna's flight is about to start the boarding process. Her mom sent her a text. "Take care, love." She smiled and quickly fixed her stuff. She looked down on her shoes and started tying her shoelaces. Then she stopped. Her breathing becomes heavy and her eyes widen in shock. A few steps away from her, she sees shoes and socks exactly like what she's wearing, but it's on someone else. She couldn't believe it. She raised her eyes to see who this person was, but the person walked away quickly. Anna bolted up from her bench, dropping some stuff on the floor. She sees the girl much further away from her. The girl from behind looks exactly like her. It's the same clothes, the same hair. It's like staring in a mirror, but from behind. Anna closed her eyes. Maybe she was dreaming. Maybe it's all in her head. But when she opens them, the girl is still walking quickly away from her. She decides to follow her. She follows her beyond the food stalls, beyond the stores, to a relatively empty hallway. Now, there's just two of them there. Anna calls to the girl. She doesn't respond. She walks closer. Now it's very clear. It is an exact copy of her. The other Anna stops in her tracks. The real Anna stands there, paralyzed. The woman turns to her. Her face is bloody, flesh torn off her cheeks, eye sockets empty, flesh rotten. The shock of Anna seeing her own face, that mangled, was too much. Everything goes dark as Anna faints. When she finally wakes up, close to midnight, she's surrounded by airport staff. She asked them if anyone saw the girl, but no one had any idea what she was talking about. From the CCTV footage of the airport, she was standing there all alone, and then she suddenly screamed and fainted. They tell her that she missed her flight and that the next flight with free seats is tomorrow night. She decides to take a cab home. Stressed and confused, she calls her mother. She tells her everything. Her mom, instead of sounding upset, just calmly tells her that they need to talk when she gets home. The cab stops at a gas station. The driver leaves the gas running as he goes to the bathroom. He leaves the radio on, playing some old school rock song. Anna rolls down the window to get some fresh air, but across the street, she is there again. The woman, her double, looking exactly like her, but this time without the blood, the gore. She has a happy expression on her face. Truck passes by on the road, blocking Anna's view. And just like that, the woman is gone. The song on the radio stops as there is breaking news. Anna could not believe what she was hearing. A combination of bad weather and human errors made a plane crash while it was en route to the city. It was her flight. She could have been in that crash. When she finally gets to her house, her mom welcomes her with open arms. Both women have tears in their eyes. When Anna finally calms down, she asked her mom if she could have any idea what's going on. And she did. Her mom brings out a small box. Inside the box are pictures and memories from her childhood, a small collection of their family history. The last is an ultrasound pic. This was when you were 3 months, her mom said. It showed twins, 2 fetuses huddled together. Anna realized the truth. She had a twin sister in the womb. Perhaps it was her twin sister looking after her. But there was one final detail. This was you after 6 months. There was only 1 fetus left. What happened to her? She asked her mom. She answered, the doctor calls it the vanishing twin. They say it happens with 20 to 30% of pregnancies with twins. One absorbs the other. You absorbed your twin, and she will always be part of you.
Dawn, Mark, and Justin finished setting up their cozy little bonfire in the clearing. The woods around them were silent that Halloween night. All 3 were dressed in their Halloween costumes, and their candy stash sitting right there beside them. Mark and Dawn welcomed Justin into their group. Usually, there are 6 of them who regularly meet up in the circle. They were inspired by a horror TV series where young friends would sit around and tell scary stories in the dark. Their little group was not interested in ghosts or monsters. Instead, they talked more about scary, true crime, horror stories. The lurid details of horrific acts interest them more than the supernatural. Justin is Don's friend, who tagged along. They just moved into the neighborhood from the big city. Justin guaranteed that he had some really good chills to share, as the city had its share of crazy tales. And so, even though everyone and all their other friends called it a night, the 3 decided to meet up. Besides, no better time to scare people than tonight. Halloween horror stories are the best. Mark started. This story happened in the Midwest this month. Trish and May were on their way to a college Halloween party in early October. They were wearing the most obvious costume of the season, Squid Game. Trish was wearing the Squid Game robot doll, while May was content to don the worker costume, her face invisible. There were many early Halloween parties throughout the month, and May wanted to maximize them because she was finally free. Free from a 4-year toxic relationship with an abusive boyfriend, Maddie. Trish was absolutely crucial in her escape from that relationship. She assisted May by calling her parents, convincing them that something was wrong, and physically driving her friend away from Maddie, who has also fallen to alcohol addiction. May held her hand all the time, Trish becoming her comfort zone, a place of refuge for her. Finally, they arrived at the party, and it was a lot of fun. There was great music, the crowd was wild, and the party was the bomb. May took off her mask as she drank on a small round table while chatting with Trish. When May took off her mask, Trish could still see the parts of the black eye that was now healing. But tonight was different. She finally saw May smile after a long time. Then, May stopped, startled. She accidentally poured her drink on her dress. Trish asked what was wrong. May smiled and said she was just getting paranoid. She thought she saw Maddie. Trish said that this is impossible, since he was in another city entirely. Plus, if he ever shows up, they have a restraining order against him. May laughed. She was being silly, she thought. She put her mask on and said she had to go to the bathroom to clean up. Trish offered to go with her, but May said she would be fine. Trish stayed in the table and finished her drink. A few minutes later, she sees May at the door, beckoning her to leave. Even if Trish couldn't see her face, she could tell that May was in a rush. Trish realized what was going on and thought that Maddie could be in the crowd. She rushes out with Trish, leaving her drinks and the table empty. 3 minutes later, May arrives at the table. She takes off her mask and started looking around, wondering where Trish could be. She asked some people around her if they saw her leave. After asking several people, someone replied,
Oh, the Squid Game robot girl. Yeah, I saw her go out with someone wearing the same costume as you.
May's jaw dropped. She rushed out of the club and looked around. She ran through the streets, shouting Trish's name. She hears it from the dark alley. Maddie's voice.
She's here,
he said. She sees Maddie in the same costume as hers. Being a skinny guy himself, it was easy to confuse him with May. Trish's face was bashed in. Maddie looking at her, his costume dripping with blood, holding a bloody knife, and sitting beside Trish's lifeless body. He tells her they were meant to be. He removes his mask, and he is crying, his face looking disheveled and very much haggard.
Our love was perfect. She was just pushing us apart. Now that she's gone, we can be together again.
May herself was crying, but then she nodded her head. She agreed with Maddie, telling him that yes, she still loves him. She apologized for everything she did. Maddie was overjoyed. May ran to his arms, and they share a hug. May then angrily bites at his ear, tearing it off. The pain makes Maddie fall to the ground. May grabs the knife and proceeded to stab and stab. For Trish, she thought. And for my freedom. The robot doll face is now covered in blood as she held on to the same knife that took her friend's life. Back at the campfire, Justin said that it is his turn, and he guaranteed them that they will never hear a scarier story than this. He insisted that this was actually a true horror story. People in his town are still haunted by this creepy Halloween tale. 5 years ago in a city block, 2 brothers were trick-or-treating. Justin was 8, and Tyler was 10. Their single mom was working 3 jobs, and so she gave them permission to trick-or-treat as long as they don't go very far. In their town, there is this old house, rumored to be haunted. Yet, Tyler insists that there was someone living there. They pass through several houses, hauling their candy collection. Then, they pass by the supposed haunted house. Tyler told Justin that they should have fun and knock, then run. Kids do this a lot during Halloween, and some people do find this rather annoying. Justin vehemently disagreed. He said if there were ghosts there, then he would be especially in danger tonight. Tyler told him he can stay there on the street if he wants. He was going for it. Tyler climbed the tall, mossy brick wall, and Tyler was left in the street. For a short while, Justin was very anxious. He peeked through the gate, but could barely see anything as it was covered in vines and leaves. He saw his brother approach the house, look back at him, and smiled. Then finally, Tyler was in the door of the house. He rings the doorbell. Nothing. Tyler looked back at Justin and shrugged. Justin felt relief at that moment. But then, the door opened. A big hand reached out and snatched Tyler. Justin screamed loudly. He ran across the street to some trick-or-treaters. He told the parents what happened. A mom just told him to stop it, because now is not a good night for pranks. They wouldn't believe him. He approached another group, where the dad asked him what was wrong. He explained what happened, and because of the noise, it was hard for the guy to fully grasp what was happening. Instead of wasting any more time explaining, he just drags the guy by the hand and brings him to the house. The man quickly spoke to other people and told them to come. But they were too late. When they got to the house, they realized that the backside of the house had a hole in the fence. Whoever took Tyler was gone. What remained were parts of his mummy costume on the ground. In the hole of the fence, there is another scrap of the mummy costume with some blood on it. That was the last time Tyler was ever heard from. Rumors around the town swirled. There were some sightings of him with a roving group of criminals apparently, but those are just rumors. Wherever Tyler is now, they will never find him again. Don was very impressed with Justin's story, whereas Mark said he was underwhelmed. Justin asked why. Mark said that the ending was just that he was abducted and that's all. Lots of kids get abducted. This is so common. Justin smiled and replied,
But you see, the story is ongoing. Sometimes you just have to do what it takes to survive. Sometimes you need to play along and do stuff you're not happy with. Sometimes you have to be bad to live.
Don asked what exactly he's talking about. Justin replied,
On Halloween night, it's harder to catch people, you know? It's harder to identify suspects. And that's what I learned when I knocked at that house that day.
Mark laughed and said,
Nice twist to the story. Very different.
Justin replied,
I don't think you understand. This is not a story. This is my Halloween story. I was once called Tyler, you know?
Suddenly Justin and Dawn are surrounded by men with duct tape and rope. Justin smiled.
And now...
Dawn and Mark are crying as their mouths are covered in tape.
It's your story too.
This happened on Thanksgiving in 2002. My name is Heidi, and my twin brother is Zach. We were both 12 years old when this all went down. What happened never really left me, and I was scarred for life. My grandfather was in his mid-60s then, and had just lost his wife 6 years prior. They were together for over 3 decades, and he was devastated. His mental health at that point has declined so much and he was starting to get forgetful. We didn't see him for a good 3 years, but he had been living alone in his cozy little cabin in the backwoods of Idaho. It was a beautiful, scenic place to retire. My parents were working for the same company, in the business of supplying products on the market in South America. They had to travel for 2 weeks in November to lock a couple of business deals. Sadly, they couldn't really bring us with them because of recent financial problems, And now, as an adult, I suspect that they just wanted their second honeymoon. At first they considered a babysitter, but then my brother suggested we stay with Grandpa instead. He has taken an interest in hunting and knew that my grandfather was an avid hunter. My parents were delighted. They always kept in touch with my granddad, but haven't really visited him in ages. And so, they brought us the 4-hour drive to Idaho, and we ended up passing through some beautiful river trails, up some dirt path, into a nice cabin that I remember from my childhood. Grandpa was waiting for us, his eyes beaming from excitement, seeing his grandkids again. Then, my parents went out to chat with him while we stood near the river, taking in the lovely view around us. This was a welcome break from the city life we have been accustomed to. My parents said their goodbyes, and we were left with an excited old man who was more than happy to have us there. Things were normal at first. No real indication that there was a terrifying ordeal coming our way. We had a wonderful dinner on Thanksgiving Day. The turkey was divine. Grandpa regaled us with stories about his childhood. They were fun. But in the middle of telling us a story about my mom, he stopped and said she was dead, and broke down. I told him, "Grandpa, Mom is alive. She was just here." The smile disappeared from his eyes. He took his carving knife and used it to stab the table, rage in his eyes, and shouted at me, "Don't you dare lie to me!" I was horrified. Then he seemed to snap out of it. He apologized. He seemed genuinely upset. He laughed and realized that it was his wife who was dead, and not his daughter. My brother and I were really shook up about this, but we brushed it off. Of course, there will be memory slips. We do have a genetic predisposition for dementia, and the more we think about it, it was more sad than scary. We went into the bedroom. It stunk, literally. There was a really putrid smell of decay in the room. I just covered my nose and hoped that I would get used to this. Grandpa went inside and tucked us into bed, telling us a bedtime story. Oddly enough, it was about movies he saw in the 60s. It was kinda adorable, and we dozed off. I awoken under the light of the moon to the sound of grunting. There was this creepy low grunt coming from where the door was. In the door, illuminated by the light of the moon, I can see Grandpa's eyes staring angrily at us. He is grinding his teeth. The scary sound of teeth grinding I can still remember. It was really frightening. In his hand, he's holding his hunting rifle. I didn't know what to do. I just called his name. He blinked quickly, like snapping out of a daze, and said that he thought he had heard something. And then he wished me good night. I could barely sleep that night, the putrid smell not helping. In the morning, both my brother and I woke up, groggy and tired. We both talked about the putrid smell and began investigating. He said it seems to be coming from under the bed. So we went under the beds to investigate. There were weird scratch marks on the floor. We saw a shoebox at the far end of the underside of the bed. I crawled in and got it. Oh God, the smell was unbearable. Then I looked at my hand and there was blood in it. What was I holding? Why is it leaking blood? Then I pulled it out and slowly opened it. Inside was the decaying corpses of various mammals. A squirrel, mice, and even a raccoon. Most of them are badly mutilated. Some were even decapitated. It was Horrific. My brother and I sat down on the bed, dumbfounded. We felt that something was terribly off here. He said that we needed to call our parents immediately, though we know that they are in another country. At that point, most social media sites we have now were non-existent, and so I agreed and said we should send an email right away. The next day, Grandpa bought my brother hunting. Though officially hunting season has ended, Grandpa assured us that there was some game that we can find even as the winter season beckons. And so, they set off. Midway through the hunt, my brother was freezing, and he suggested that they go home instead. Grandpa went off him angrily, telling him to be a man and suck it up. He then walked ahead, following the river trail, but then he heard a gunshot. The tree bark, just beside his head, exploded as a bullet hit it, just a few inches from his face. He looked up, and Grandpa was angrily looking at him.
Get out of my property!
He shouted. My brother was terrified. He then heard another shot. He ducked for cover and ran away.
You can run, but you can't hide, trespassers!
He was screaming. He rushed to the house, screaming at me. I didn't really understand what he was saying at first, but he said we had to go. While he was saying this, plates behind me exploded as bullets hit them, wounding me on the face with the broken glass. We ran into the house. My brother was holding up his hunting rifle. I was trying to grab whatever weapon I could find and ended up with a long fireplace poker. We hear the door to the house swing open. We run to the bedroom. But then, as we are about to enter, we hear the cocking of the gun.
Stop right there!
He shouted. We turned around. He was there behind us, gun pointed directly at us. We were trapped.
Grandpa, it's us! Who the hell are you?
He asked. My brother answered.
We're your grandkids!
He said he had no grandkids. His daughter is still in high school. We said our mom's name. He looked visibly confused and unnerved. He put his finger on the trigger of the gun. We kept talking.
We had Thanksgiving dinner, remember? You told us stories about your favorite movies, remember?
We recounted our conversations over the past few days. There is a long tense moment of silence, and he moves the gun towards my brother.
Why are you crying?
He asked my brother.
Because you don't remember us!
He answered. There was a short moment of realization on his end. He then put the gun down, slowly. He looked mortified and realized what he had almost done. He broke down crying and was looking at my face, all bloody. He apologized profusely and said he doesn't have control anymore. We stayed in his friend's house for the rest of the night, broken-hearted when he was taken into custody. It didn't turn out badly in the end. We moved him to a great facility near our city where we could visit him more often. I couldn't really blame him for his emotional and mental decline. It was age and the illness, but I do blame myself that we weren't always there for him, and that he barely had great memories with us. At least now, we were closer and could spend more time with him in a safer environment. He passed away with our entire family on his bedside 3 years later.
The Devil's Highway, they called it, Mark said. But it's not Highway 666 anymore, Mark. It's 491 now, Paul replied. Doesn't stop the accidents and the hauntings, though. Paul gulps down his coffee.
Yeah? Well, Satan didn't build the highway. My grandpa did.
Mark tells Paul that the rumors are true. The highway is cursed. Just the other day, the news that there was a brutal accident on the road. After an accident, a woman burned alive inside her car. That's as close to hell as one can get.
Are you just trying to scare me because it's my first day? Is this some kind of an initiation for new drivers?
Mark laughs.
Accidents happen on highways every day,
Paul replied. The clock on the walls says 2 p.m. The men pick up their coats and left the restaurant. Paul goes into his truck and turns on his two-way radio. He hears Mark say,
"Take care, bud." "Yeah, thanks for recommending me to your boss. Really stoked to do this job, man."
And he drives off into the long stretch of desert ahead of him. Miles and miles of empty land stretch out before him. There are no city lights, so the night is only illuminated by the moon and the stars. Mark would tell jokes on the radio.
"So a guy and his horse got into a bar."
Paul is laughing. He stops the truck. He looks out his window. There is nothing there, just an empty road. He gets back into his truck, shakes his head, and drives on. Miles and miles of empty land lay out before him. He is starting to feel sleepy.
"I better get used to these hours. Coffee's not enough,"
he says on the radio.
"It gets much better over time. Your body gets used to the abuse."
Paul laughs. We see the woman again, but this time her jacket has some blood. Paul looks back in shock. He doesn't see her anymore. Paul sighs.
"Man, I think your stories got into my head."
Mark makes fun of him.
"Scaredy cat. Scaredy cat."
Scaredy cat.
Paul is stunned.
"Hello?"
He waits for an answer. There is none. An hour more of driving. There is nothing but static on the radio. The radio turns on. Through the static, we hear a woman's voice, garbled.
Confess.
Paul tries to up the volume, but the voice is gone. It's all static again. Throughout the rest of the ride, Paul becomes increasingly anxious, sweat running down his eyebrows. Finally, he stops his truck, rolls down the window, and goes down. He confronts the woman.
"What do you want?"
The woman is gone. Then, he sees it on his mirror. She is behind him, pointing at him. Her face with blood, her body broken. Paul rushes to his truck. He quickly drives off. The radio turns on with a demonic voice.
Confess your sins.
He turns it off, but it turns on again.
Confess.
He hits it over and over and over. Now there is dead silence in the van. He tries to close the window.
Confess.
He closes his eyes.
"I did it. I ran over her. It was me. I'm sorry. I was drunk.
The girl is gone. He stops the truck. Paul breathes a sigh of relief. The radio turns on.
"What?"
It was his friend, Mark.
You ran over the woman? Please tell me this is a joke.
Paul pauses. He thinks about what he will do next. He starts driving again. He picks up the radio. He laughs.
Yeah, that was just a joke.
Liar!
He couldn't see the road. He swerves, the truck careering out of control. Up ahead, a steep drop. He manages to brake and the truck stops, just a few inches before a deep ravine. Paul goes out of the truck, crying. He kneels down, seeing the steep chasm where he almost fell.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
There is absolute silence, just him, his truck, and the empty land. He stands up and turns and walks away.
Too late.
He turns around.
So, Paul, how's your first night on the Devil's Highway?
On the empty stretch of the road, there is only the truck and nothing else.
Paul?
Christine was bored on a Tuesday night, and her roommate, Iris, had gone out with her friends. Classes ended 3 days ago, and both girls are preparing to go home to their families for the spring break. And so, poor Christine was alone in her dorm with not a lot to do. After half an hour of mindlessly watching YouTube videos, she decided to go on her favorite time waster, Omegle. She went into a chat room with a young man her age, Peter. She saw that he was wearing an AC/DC shirt and she asked about it. He said he was a fan of 70s and 80s rock bands and, well, she was too. This was the music her dad used to play when she was a child, and it was a rare thing for Christine to find someone her age with similar taste in music. They talked about the bands they loved from the era, and he sent her a few video links. They both listened together. This was the longest conversation she has ever had on Omegle. Then, Peter sent her a really long link. It wasn't to YouTube or Spotify or any other platform. She was confused. He said it's access to his own collection. When she clicked it, her antivirus software alerted her to a possible malware. Peter assured her that this is a false alarm, because those are essentially just music files and unseen videos of her favorite bands. After thinking about it for a while, she clicked it. Immediately, her computer screen glitched and the window she was using to chat closed. Her computer restarted and it seemed normal. Christine decided that that was enough for the night and decided to go to sleep. She put her laptop to sleep as well. That night, as she was sound asleep in her bed, her laptop quietly booted back on, but it was not obvious as the monitor was off. In the morning, as her roommate, Iris, was sleeping, she opened her email. Among all the school-related emails and spam, there was a curious message that said, "It was nice seeing you last night." She opened it and saw a couple of videos. When she clicked it, she was horrified with what she saw. It was pictures of her sleeping. The videos were hours long. She looked at her bed and then her webcam and quickly put two and two together. The link she clicked put a malware on her laptop that can turn on her webcam. She quickly deleted the message, but was interrupted by a message on her Facebook. It was from a faceless account, Peter. He said, "Thank you for the chat last night. You're so pretty when you sleep." She blocked him immediately. She searched online for new antivirus software to try and take out the malware in her laptop because clearly the prior one doesn't work. However, she suddenly got another chat message. It was Peter again, this time with a new account. She clicked it and saw that he logged everything she typed on her keyboard since the night before, including her last search for antivirus software. It became clear that not only can he now turn her camera on, but he also installed a key logging software on her laptop that enabled him to record everything she's typing. This really freaked Christine out. She gets another message from the guy. "The problem with you hot girls is that you are so superficial. You only want to date hot men, the Chads of the world. What about intelligent men, true gentlemen like me? You are just like all the Stacys out there." She replied, "If you weren't such a creep, maybe women would like you more. Stop messaging me." Then, another message. He sent her pictures of herself that were private on her profile. One where she is taking a selfie with Iris. One where she is smiling directly at the camera. Christine was shocked. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Afraid for her safety, she talked to Iris about the concerning things on her laptop. Iris was horrified when she heard about all the thing Christine was experiencing and told her this was one big red flag after another. She suggested that Christine report it to the authorities. Christine agreed. Iris then referred her to a friend, Mike, who has a specialized repair shop and can fix her laptop or reformat it if necessary. While the ladies were talking, Christine gets another message from an anonymous account. This time, it was the same pictures of her and Iris, but now edited. The pictures horrified them. The eyes are hollowed out, and they have red bloody gashes on their neck, cheeks, and chest. A message right under the image said, "I know what you are doing." Even though this was unnerving, Iris told her not to take it seriously and just work to make sure that the guy is blocked from their lives forever. Christine thanked her and quickly went to Mike's shop. Christine spoke to Mike, the repair guy, and told him everything. He said that she must be very careful about clicking random links next time, as it allows all sorts of viruses to get installed to her computer. While she was busy talking to Mike, she got her phone and saw a deluge of missed calls. It's all from Iris. She realized that her roommate has called her 7 times without her noticing. She called Iris, but gets no response. She rushed out of the shop and told Mike that she will be back. She ran through the dorm hallways, calling the police on her phone as she ran. She sees footsteps in the door to their room and brings out a pepper spray. But then, she saw what looked to be blood on the floor on their dorm room. And as she stared at it nervously, she got another anonymous message on her phone. It was a close-up image of a bloody hand. It was clearly of Iris. She rushes into Iris's dorm room, and there she was. Splayed across the bed, eyes gouged out, lacerations all over her body, neck, and chest. She stood there, horrified, in tears. Iris was dead, and she had no idea who did it. Then, another message on her phone. She opened the message. It was in her room, right at that very moment. It was taken from behind. She hears her closet door creak open, and Peter lunges towards her. Quick to her feet, she moved away and showered his face with pepper spray. He screams as he covers his eyes. She kicks him hard in the groin, which makes him fall to the ground. Then, she kicked and kicked until he is bruised, wounded, and unconscious. She finally stops. She stares at his entitled little face, her eyes filled with rage and contempt as she hears the police coming through the corridor. She looked back at her roommate and goes to hug her lifeless body. As the policemen open the door to their dorm, which is now a murder site. Eventually, Peter was arrested and tried for murder. In their state, that carries a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will die in jail, where he belongs.
Just about every other woman I know has received that unsolicited message from a stranger saying, "Hey." It's usually from boys swallowing their pride and trying their luck. And more often than not, it just leads nowhere. In my case, when I was 23, it was traumatizing. A bit of background: I used to live in a small town with about 7,000 people. When I got into a uni, I moved to the big city to pursue my degree in physics. I had a dorm room to myself, fortunately. I've kept close contact with my parents and friends, and I keep updating them with pictures on Instagram. It tends to be pretty random pictures, like what I was having for breakfast, or quick funny stuff I learned during our lectures. One night, I got a message from a former classmate in 4th grade. Let's call him Billy. "Hey," he said. At first I didn't really recognize him. When we were kids, he was that quiet, strange kid in the back of the room. Rich but weird kid. He got into trouble once because he actually kicked a stray cat during one of our field trips. He never really spoke to me, but he had this weird stare. I checked his Instagram profile, and I saw that he didn't look well. He was very skinny, almost skin and bones. His eyes are sunk deep, and he has this fake, creepy smile in every picture. In any case, he was still a former classmate, and I was pleasantly surprised that he messaged me. I said hello, of course, and started a long, albeit polite, conversation. I was bored anyway. After about 15 minutes of this, I got sleepy, and I told him goodnight, and that was that. Or so I thought. I woke up at 7 in the morning for my daily jog. I had 5 messages from Billy, each with a 15 to 30 minute intervals. All it says is, "Hey. Hey. How are you? Oh, you must be sleeping. Hey." I reply that yes, I was sleeping and that I would appreciate it if he doesn't message me in the morning. Fortunately, he never did. But at the strike of noon exactly, I got it again. "Hey," I replied. "Sorry, I am busy now." After an hour, he sent another message. Hey, how about now? I was getting really irritated with this and asked him to please stop. But he never did. So I said I am done with this clingy conversation and I decided to just block him. That night, I was telling my mom about this on Skype. She shrugged it off and told me not to mind the poor boy. So I did. I studied late into the night when suddenly my mom was calling me on Skype. She said that I should open Billy's Facebook. I scrolled down on his Facebook timeline and what? He's claiming he has a long-distance relationship with me. How? I never got a notification from Facebook to approve this. I clicked the account with my name, and it is an exact replica of my account. Every picture, post, and status update was copied, except there are pictures of me in the university, eating breakfast at a restaurant, having coffee, reading a book in a park bench. This could only mean he was here. I got really paranoid and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I immediately reported it to Facebook. After an hour, the account was gone. Tired and bewildered, I decided to go to sleep. I awakened to a knock on my door. At first I wasn't sure if I heard it, but then the knock got louder.
Hey!
I jolted up on my bed. I told him to leave or I will call the cops. He said he just wanted to talk about us. I said there were no us. He kept insisting that we were meant to be together ever since we were kids, and it's no coincidence that we are now in the same school. I dialed campus security. Then, I heard a loud thud. He is trying to break down the door. The chain lock is starting to give way.
Hey!
He said,
I just want to talk. Give me that at least.
and then he called me all sorts of nasty names. The campus security isn't picking up. He was still shouting at me, trying to break the door.
What are you doing here? This is the female dorm.
A woman's voice in the corridor said, "It appears that other people in the dorm were awakened by him, going ballistic. He just straight up left." The next day, I made sure to report to campus authority. I had my witnesses, my sisters with me. However, they never really found Billy. He never came back to campus. We don't really know where he went. But his parents are wealthy, so I am sure they were able to figure something out. There is a restraining order on Billy now. I hope to never meet him ever again. On his Facebook profile, we are no longer together in a relationship. In fact, everything on his profile has been deleted. No posts, no pictures, nothing. Except a one-word post. Someday. The school itself is old. It was founded at the turn of the last century. Everyone in this campus knew about Classroom 33C. They say it's haunted. I never believed in those stories. That is until I got elected in a position on our student council. Our new office was in the 3rd floor, room 33D, just across from 33C. From the glass door of our office, you can see the room and anyone in it. Classes ended at 9 p.m. It's very common to see the janitors wait outside that room and immediately rush in as students left the class. They didn't want to stay there when the students have left. Sometimes they wouldn't even bother cleaning it at night and just wait for the break of dawn instead. The council was having a late night meeting. We were busy discussing the upcoming sports festival, talking about logistics, schedules, and budgets. Suddenly, "Ah!" Michelle, one of the officers, shrieked. "What's wrong?" She was pale as a ghost. "Didn't you see it?" "What?" "The girl!" We all had a good laugh, thinking she was joking, but she was not. She never ever attended any of our late night meetings again. 2 nights later, it was 9:30 p.m. and we were busy cleaning up after a day of work. We had 30 more minutes before the school closes. We were startled by the guard looking through the glass door. He looked scared. Flustered, he sheepishly asked us to leave the school premises immediately. This was odd because we still had 30 minutes more before the school grounds closed. This guard was new, so I thought he probably didn't know the rules yet. We followed him anyway, down the dark hallway, down 3 flights of stairs. When we finally made it to the school gate, he explained why he was rushing us. He said he didn't want to be left alone anywhere near classroom 33C. I rolled my eyes because I was never convinced that there was something going on in that room, but I let him continue his story. Yesterday night on his first ever shift, he was walking alone in the dark corridor. Only the flashlight lit his path as he passed through the various rooms. He would shine it into the rooms one by one, making sure that there were no trespassers or items left behind. Then, as he approached 33C, he heard it. As he nervously and slowly used his flashlight to lit up the room, he saw the shadow of a small girl running. However, he wasn't able to get a good look at it. And then, he heard it behind him.
"Let's play!"
The little girl was wearing white, World War era uniform. He couldn't see her face. It was almost blank. He ran away, screaming. He didn't stop running until he reached the guardhouse near the gate. When he told the other guards, they weren't even surprised. They laughed it off and said, "Welcome to the club." The other student council members were scared, but I didn't buy the story. I thought it was just a way for them to get us to leave early so they can be done with their jobs quickly. Until it became my turn. A few nights later, still spooked by the story, everyone else from the student council went home at 9:30. I decided to stay and finish a few more tasks. The sports event was 3 days from then and I had a lot of extra work on my plate. Just before 10, I finished my task, locked the office door and walked down the corridor. Suddenly all the lights went out. It was not uncommon for the school to turn off the lights after 10. I was more worried that I will get a disciplinary action for violating the school curfew. I turned on my phone, using it as the only light source, and started walking. And walking. And walking I don't recall the corridor being this long. I turned around. I was back in front of the office, and in front of 33C. I was confused, so I started walking faster. Then I heard it, a faint laughter of a child behind me. No, I'm out of here. I ran as fast as I could, for as long as I could. I had to stop and catch my breath for a while. I looked to my left. I am still in front of the office. On the reflection of the glass, I see the girl inside 33C. When I turned around to look at the room, there was no one there. And then the door started creaking open.
Come play with me.
No!
Then die.
I woke up to the two security guards, flashing their lights on my face. They heard me scream. I probably just fainted as I left the student council office. I was very relieved, still shaking up from what I think I dreamt. I tried getting up on my feet. When I finally got home, I took off my shirt and lied down on my bed. But there was a sharp pain in my back. I looked at the mirror, and there were two wounds that looked like claw marks behind my neck. I never stayed alone in that floor ever again, especially at night. I don't think anyone will believe me if I tell them what happened. They will think it's some story that I made up to get away from work, just like what I thought about the guard's story. I still can't explain what happened, and the stories about room 33C doesn't end there. Some people say it's the ghost of a girl who was killed during the war. Others say it's an angry, malevolent entity. 2 years after I graduated, a young female student allegedly died in that room during one of the school's events. It seems that the room is not done yet. Time and time again, they bless the rooms with holy water, including 33C. Yet the stories keep coming.
This happened in an old Catholic university in my city. It was quite an alarming story that students whisper about when they're in the cadaver room. Medical students have their own stock of cadavers that are safely stored and are used to teach human anatomy to aspiring doctors and medical workers. Our school is no different. Elaine was a young freshman student who left her hometown in the rural area to take up medicine in the big city. She was a diligent student who always pushed herself to the breaking point, burning the midnight oil, studying all night. She wanted to be the best doctor she could be. Unfortunately, this was not her eventual fate. On her last class of the day, they were studying human anatomy in the cadaver room. While the topic itself and being surrounded by dozens of corpses would make an ordinary person feel uneasy and alert, the effect was quite the opposite for Elaine. Just the night before, she drank 4 cups of coffee just to stay awake for the exam she had in the morning. So naturally, she was starting to doze off. Her eyes started closing slowly, and soon enough, she was sleeping like a baby. When the bell finally rang, all of the students started fixing their bags, getting ready to go home. Her classmates noticed Elaine was far away in dreamland, and they decided it would be funny to just leave her there, alone, in the cadaver room, laughing away as they left the room. And so, Elaine slept like a baby in the middle of all the dead bodies. No one noticed her. The janitors decided to close the large metal door of the cadaver room, leaving Elaine stuck inside. Naturally, the doors and windows to a place where you put cadavers is well secured. One can only imagine her horror waking up in the night in a tightly locked room, disoriented, and then realizing that she was stuck with dozens of corpses all around her. She would have gone to the door and the windows only to realize that they were shut airtight. We can only imagine, because she was never seen alive after this. When the door of the room was finally opened, they saw her hunched up behind the metal door. Scratches on the wooden surfaces of the windows and walls indicated she was trying to claw her way out of there. On the floor, a couple of bloody fingernails, clearly from Elaine trying to scratch her way out of the room. And when they finally saw her face, they were horrified. She was dead, mouth wide open, dried tears in her eyes, staring at something on the ceiling. An investigation was launched, but it was said that she died of natural causes. A few weeks later, 2 classmates were preparing to leave the room when they noticed something odd. At the back of the room was Elaine, standing there, pointing at the ceiling. They ran for their lives. What they saw? We will never know. But until this day, no one dared stay in that room when the lights go out. This happened to me 2 years ago. For this story, I'll call myself Liz to avoid identification and interfering with the investigation that I will talk about later. I work at a local call center in my country. Since we cater to different time zones, my shift begins late in the afternoon and ends around 3 in the morning. The work itself is tiring, draining. Talking to irate customers about their hardware is not the most pleasant job in the world. Often, the solution is fairly simple, but explaining it to them requires patience and tact. So at the end of the shift, at around 3 a.m., we're all usually exhausted and excited to go home. We have a company bus that takes us to city stops. My house is a long way from one of these stops. I had to walk an extra 15 minutes or so to my house. On the way, I pass by a park that during the day is vibrant and full of people, but at night, it's just dark and creepy. Last year, on a cold January night, I was dropped off as usual. I bid goodbye to my office mates and started on my way. As the bus left, I saw that behind it, there was a car parked on the side of the road. I ignored it and went on my way. I liked these walks. They tend to be peaceful and quiet. However, that night was different. I heard the sound of a car approaching in the distance, its headlights start to illuminate me. I just walk on, waiting for it to pass me, but it never did. It was just there, moving very slowly. I looked behind me. At first, the lights blinding me, but when my vision cleared, I realized it was the same car from the bus stop. I walked a little faster and noticed that the car did the same. It was keeping pace with me. I turned around and saw the windows of the car were rolled down. An older man peeked out of the passenger window. He started calling out to me, calling me sweetie, and saying that I should slow down because they wanted to give me a ride. I politely said no thank you, and then I kept walking. But they didn't stop. They were still tailing me. I decided to run for it, and as I did, the car sped up too. I ran as fast as I could, but the distance between us was closing. I turned to the left into the dark park, unable to see anything. I ran into the park. I struggled to climb a small metal fence about the height of my chest. I wounded my elbow in the process, but thankfully I was inside the park, stumbling along, hitting benches and trees along the way. From behind me, I heard the car door slam. I hid under some bushes beside a trash bin. I saw 4 men go down the car, Only their silhouette was visible in the dark. They were ominous, shadowy figures, clearly looking for me. Then the figures were only lit up by the flashlights on their phones. They were calling for me, calling me terrible names. I tried to stop myself from screaming. Who knows what these guys intended to do if they got to me? I hear footsteps coming toward me. One of the men was walking in the path just in front of me. He turned and I saw his creepy, angry, sweaty face lit up by the phone. His hand was in his pocket, as if he was holding something inside. A knife? A gun? I really don't know. He turned to my direction. My eyes widened and my breathing got heavier. But then, by some stroke of luck, he didn't turn his phone light towards me. Those few seconds lasted forever. My heart felt like it was going to burst through my chest. And then, he walked away. I saw all four of them slowly disappear. They gave up. I knew this wasn't going to be the end of it, so I followed very carefully as they walked away. I was wary not to step on anything that could make a sound. I had only one goal: to get the license plate of the car. Nothing is stopping them from coming back on other nights and stalking me again, so I have to make sure that I can report them. As the annoyed men started coming back into the car, I was looking at them through the metal fence. Just for a brief second, I saw the license plate. I kept reciting it in my head, over and over until I memorized it. The car finally sped off and I was safe. For now. The next day, I did what any sane person would do at the moment. I took a leave off of work and went to the local police. After one day of anxiously waiting for my phone to ring, the news came. Fortunately for me, they were able to track down the car. The four men were eventually found and were suspected of being human traffickers. Their first day in court was set for May this year because of recent events. Will probably be done online and was moved to July instead. I've not fully recovered, but knowing they are in police custody gives me some peace of mind. Yet part of me keeps asking, what if the guy turned around and flashed his light at my direction? Where would I be now? Chained to a basement. Sold into slavery. Thankfully, I will never know. This happened in 2005. I was a single mom taking care of a 5-year-old boy. His father left us when he was 2 years old and since then has not paid a single dollar of child support. That's another horror story for another day. It was a normal summer day in our city, and I went to the mall with my boy. He was busy, looking at the action figures on the rack. I think the Garfield movie had just come out recently and he was in love with that cat. I found a really nice skirt, floral and in season, and I wanted to try it on. I told him to come with me to the nearest changing room. I told him to wait outside. He obediently nodded and off to the changing room I go. I explicitly tell him to wait for me outside. I tried to put on the skirt, but realized it was too small and I couldn't close the button around my waist. I gained some unwanted weight in the past few months, it seems. Taking it off was a bit of a struggle. I didn't even spend 10 minutes in that changing room. I rushed out to try to get another size, maybe one that actually fits. I looked around for my son and I couldn't find him. I thought, he must have gone back to see Garfield, so I went to the toy section. He wasn't there either. I went back to the changing room and asked anyone if they'd seen a boy with a blue striped shirt. No one seemed to have noticed him. The sales ladies pointed me to the PA system and I immediately rushed there. To the credit of the mall staff, they were very concerned and helpful. They made an announcement on the PA system. Lost boy, 5 years old, wearing a striped shirt and brown pants. Please report to the Lost and Found booth immediately. An elderly woman came to the booth and told us something no mother wants to hear. I saw your boy go out with a man. Panic set in and I didn't know what else to do but run for my kid. The mall security guard heard it as well and ran out with me. Confused and frustrated, I looked around the parking lot and I couldn't find them. I checked every row of cars as fast as I could, but I couldn't find them. Then I heard it. Stop right there. The mall guard accosted a big man who looked to be in his late 50s. He was in the driver's seat and the guard was holding on to him. In the passenger seat was my boy. He didn't look worried, save for the shouting from the guard. The burly man made some lame excuse like, I just wanted to buy him ice cream, but nobody was buying it. There was an ice cream stand inside the mall. With a taser pointed at his face, the man obeyed and went down the truck. In the ensuing investigation, we found out that he told my son that he was a friend of his dad and that his dad was in the hospital. My poor boy, who has never met his dad, was excited and forgot all about the lessons about stranger danger. What horrifies me is that after they raided his house, they found an unused basement with a mattress and food supplies. It looked ready for whatever this man was planning. While this is not further incriminating evidence, it still frightens me to this day. Gives me goosebumps when I think about what might have happened to my son if we were but a few seconds late.
I was a teen boy who had a modest following on YouTube. I became hooked with the idea of pushing the envelope a bit in terms of pranks. Often I'd play pranks on my dad and my little sister. My mom was very grumpy, so I left her out of it. At first it was pretty and stupid little things like replacing the sugar with salt. My dad hated that so much. Then it escalated to me, quietly staying in the corner and then, BAM! Scaring the hell out of my brother with a werewolf mask. The views spike every time I level up the pranks. It was great, but then, as usual, eventually they get lower and lower as time passes by. This made me really agitated. I needed to step up my game. But who will be my unfortunate target? I was thinking about these when I saw my weird old neighbor outside my window. He was watering the plants in his garden. He was very proud of his flowers. I waved at him. Instead of acknowledging me, he just stared at me with a piercing look. What is wrong with this guy? He needs to lighten up. That's when it hit me. I will prank my neighbor. It's a stupid idea in hindsight, one that I will regret forever. But at the time, I was desperate for views, and so I hatched a plan. I once again sat near my window and saw him gardening again. This time I was live streaming his reaction to my YouTube channel. And then I heard a loud scream. I heard curse words. He was turning red with anger. There were cut flowers and stem all over his lawn. Of course, I didn't cut his garden. I am not that mean. It was flowers I bought for the prank. But it worked, and guess what? My live audience of 40 people loved it. Some even gave me stickers for the broadcast. Without thinking, I said, "Oh yeah!" when someone dropped $50 on my live stream. He heard it, looked at my direction, and put 2 and 2 together immediately that I was the one who did this. He gave me the angriest, meanest look I have ever seen in my life. I shouted sorry to him, and he just walked back to his house, seemingly defeated. I don't think he even noticed that those weren't his actual flowers. Oh well, I thought. So much for that. I was eating breakfast quietly with my family. We were having toast and eggs. Then, suddenly I heard a loud boom. I felt a gush of warm air near my cheeks, and the place behind me exploded. Then, something fell to the ground. It was a bullet. Time slowed down to a blur in my mind, and I remember everything so vividly. My entire family stood up in shock. My brother was screaming. Then, a bullet hit him on the arm, and he fell. And more gunshots rang in our house. We all ducked. My mom quickly rushed to my brother's side to stop the bleeding. My poor brother was crying as my mom tried to stop the bleeding. The gunshots stopped. My mom told my dad to call 911, but all we heard were gurgling sounds. I slowly moved across the counter to see my dad twitching, and then I saw it. A wound on his neck, bleeding out. My mom screamed. She slowly reached up for the phone, still on the table, but then another gunshot. She recoiled. She quickly managed to snatch the phone on the second try and dial 911. Once she got on the phone with the cops, she gave it to me so she can focus on my dad, holding him in place and trying to stop the bleeding from the side of his neck. I told the operator our house what had happened and that I suspect that it was my neighbor, but I was interrupted with a banging on the door. The guy is trying to break the door down. For a few tense moments, we saw the hinges on the door give way. I thought this was the end. Then, we finally heard the sound of sirens. The man ran away, but he was eventually caught. My dad and brother were all put on an ambulance. My dad was critical, but we were lucky that the bullet missed a few vital parts by a few millimeters. I suffered seeing him with a tube down his neck for a good few weeks, but luckily, he survived. Not the same, but still alive. He now faces a long jail sentence, but as luck would have it, he would die of a heart attack after just a few months in custody.
Lizelle found modest success on YouTube as a cover singer. She then leveraged the success for TikTok and Instagram, where she had over 14,000 followers. Instagram was her main way of getting in touch with her audience. Every so often, there are creeps who send her indecent proposals or underwhelming pictures of certain body parts. Her family was always supportive of her career, even though she was quite new to it. Coming from a rich bloodline who had investments in prime real estate, her parents were happy to book her into nice resorts or fancy home rentals. On the day she finally hit 15,000 subscribers, she was in a cozy little beach shack rental home. She received a nice package of swimwear and sunglasses from her parents. They were wrapped in a nice little paper bag with letters congratulating her. Of course, she made a reaction video to the gifts. She pointed the camera at the boxes, passed through the address and the note she got from her mom, dad, and aunt. She reminded her Instagram followers to tune in for live updates on her free day swimming at the nearby beach. Maybe she will try surfing, she said. Then, she called it a day, went back to her rental place, and just watched YouTube and Netflix all night while eating a nice vegetarian meal. She felt a bit uneasy while she was watching a nice romantic comedy film. She heard what sounded like footsteps in the kitchen. She immediately got up to check on it. She peeked at the kitchen, and there was nobody there. She laughed at her silliness, thinking it was just her imagination, and went back to watching. An hour into the film, she got really sleepy and bored. It was already 9 in the evening,
so she just abruptly used her remote to turn on the TV. But then, the TV went off. She could clearly see the reflection of someone. The TV revealed a hooded figure, taking a video of her just behind her. She turned around, and the creepy man, who looked ragged, wretched, and had red eyes, maybe because of drugs, stared at her. His hands deep in his pockets. He says he just wants to talk. She screamed instead. He brings out his hand, and it is holding a small pocket knife. She runs for it. The guy tells her he just wants to talk, over and over. He says he's a fan, while running after her with a knife. She manages to go up the stairs to the second floor, but he is able to grab onto her foot, making her fall. She kicks and kicks, but doesn't land any of it. She, however, is able to get free as the guy loses his balance. She quickly goes to her room and slams the door. She brings her phone out and calls the police. While she is speaking to the dispatcher, there is a loud thud on the door. The man is trying to break it down, and it is working. She gives the address to the dispatcher. She sees an open window and climbs out of it. She moved to a drain pipe and slowly slinks down. But as she gets to the bottom, she looks behind, and the guy is going down the stairs and can clearly see her through the window. She ran for her life. Then, she reached the neighbor's door. She vigorously knocks at the door, only to realize it's also a rental home, and there is no one there. When she turns around, the man is there, staring at her, dead on. He told her,
Fine. I asked politely. All I want is to chat, and this is how you treat one of your loyal followers?
He brandishes the knife. She begs him not to kill her. He replied that killing is not his style. He just wants to play. Then, he drags her by the hair while she is screaming. He is dragging her, screaming through the empty rows of uninhabited houses, and tried to shove her into his car. Then, he sees it. The police coming around the bend. Instead of shoving her in, he goes into his car and tries to escape. But on the other end of the street, there is another police car. In the ensuing investigation, it becomes clear that this supposed fan has created a fantasy world in which they are together. He was isolated and neglected and had made her the center of his world. There have been so many cases of deranged fans like this in the past. He traveled 2 states just to see her. What Lizelle didn't know was that she inadvertently gave her location away when she took pictures and videos of her gifts. The address of her rental home was visible if you paused the video. Lizelle's Instagram account has now vanished. She now understands the value of her own privacy. Influencers have a really bad rep in the service industry, particularly in hotels where I work at the desk. My boss, Amy, not her real name, had a strict policy of ignoring their requests. However, there was this one male surfer, Look, who frequented our hotel, and she basically paid for his room via personal credit card. Odd. This guy had just about 24,000 followers on his Instagram, where he keeps on publishing daily videos of him hanging by the poolside, or on the beach. I had always suspected something was going on between him and Amy, but I never had definitive proof, nor do I feel like I should poke my nose in other people's business. Of course, my only worry is that Amy is happily married with 3 kids, though I never met her husband. I heard rumors from my co-workers that Amy got in touch with a guy when she saw his Instagram and he took pictures from our hotel. He was eating at the restaurant on the 2nd floor. Since then, he had been a regular, with Amy treating him to a free stay. Luck checked in one Thursday afternoon once again. The guy was about my age, 24, and once again, the room was already paid for. I was glad to have the bellboy escort him to his room, his usual room, 1214. It always struck me as odd that he kept booking the same room, but it does no good to speculate. Around 30 minutes later, I saw Amy walk through the door of the hotel, said hi to me, and then go up the elevator without another word. Okay. Then, the front desk phone rang. It was an outside call. The voice on the other line said,
Hi, I would like to call room 1214, please.
He was very polite and sounded like a professional. Of course, the standard next question is,
What is the name of the guest you would like to speak with?
He gave the full name of Look. Check. Then I asked who is on the line. He said he would prefer not to say it. I said as per hotel policy, we can't transfer his call to a room unless he gives us his name. Then, he just hung up. That was strange, but it didn't amount to much, so I just ignored it. A few hours later, as it is starting to get dark outside, we get a late reservation to a room. There is a suite in 1201, the same floor where Look is staying. It was a name I've never seen before, but the credit card data checks out, so I approved the transaction, and after an hour, he came to check in. The man was a tall guy wearing business attire. If you were to judge him purely on his clothes, there was nothing suspicious. However, up close, he looked angry and anxious. Think eye bags and red eyes. His breath smelled of alcohol, and he was very fussy, rushing the entire check-in process. I called Jamie, the bellboy, to pick up the man's luggage and load it to the cart. As they leave, I had a really bad feeling about this guy, so I picked up my handheld transceiver, or walkie-talkie, as some people call it, and spoke to our security guy. He said he's attending to a small altercation in the poolside, but once that's done, he'd be happy to do a sweep of the 12th floor where the suspicious man is staying. He asked me if there was any real cause for concern, and I said no, I might just be a bit paranoid. A female guest came and said she was planning to go out. She asked me to keep her room key and requested me to book a cab for her. So I did. While I was busy chatting with a guard, the walkie-talkie started blaring with the panicked voice of the bellboy. He was incoherent, but the one word I heard him shout was, "Help." I told the lady that there's an emergency that I had to attend to, and the old lady was very understanding. Bless her. I ran to the elevators, and once I got in, I started talking to our security guy. He quickly understood and said he is coming. I anxiously wait for the elevator to arrive at the 12th floor, and when the doors finally opened, I saw the poor bellboy crouched on the side.
He's got a gun, he says.
I asked where the guy was. He said the man pulled a gun on him
and told him to give him the key to 1214. Then, he heard gunshots. I wanted to check inside the room, but my instinct to stay safe was stronger than my curiosity. We heard 2 more shots. The other elevator door opens, and the security guy comes in, and he informs me that the police are on their way. Security in this country is typically unarmed. He only has pepper spray and a baton. The man goes outside to the hall, his body covered in blood, and he is holding a gun. There is a short pause in which he looks at us, teary-eyed, and the security man gets ready to spray him. He asks the guest to lower his weapon. Then, the man spoke. He said, in the most weird, polite way, "Gentlemen, I am very sorry for the distress that my personal issues have cost you. I am also very sorry about the cleaning. You may charge my card. I just had to do this." The security guy tells him once again to put the gun down, but instead, he puts it in his mouth and blows his own brains off. Some of the blood found its way to my face. We sat there in shock. I rushed to room 1214, worried about what I might find, and sure enough, my fears were realized. There, in the bed, the young man was swimming in a pool of his own blood, multiple bullet wounds in his body, some of Amy's clothes strewn all over the floor. The following days were ones of mourning, despair, and cover-ups. A month later, I quit my job. I couldn't stay in that hotel anymore. I couldn't shake off the feeling that if I had refused this man's booking, that if I had known that it was Amy's husband, I could have prevented this. But sadly, when people commit these crimes, they don't think of those who are scarred by it permanently, as I was, and I still am. I've never liked Instagram. I've had many horror stories with their influencers. Nothing as dramatic as this. This poor guy faked his lifestyle for the gram and paid the ultimate price.
The dark web is a risky place. While there's many stories about red rooms of pain and suffering and the ability to hire killers, the scariest part about that place is that you really don't know who you're talking to or where they are. James loved the dark web. He's been surfing the underbelly of the internet for over a decade now. From there, he was able to buy his contraband movies and guns. He was able to get stock trading advice. Recently, he got a huge amount from betting on the right companies, hundreds of thousands of dollars. As a reward for his stock market success, James decided to try something new: loot boxes. These are boxes with random items that you can buy online and have delivered to your front door. They never really tell you what's inside the box. James had seen videos of YouTubers opening these boxes. Some contain creepy dolls, some human hair or blood, while others are pretty lame with just regular random trinkets. He put in his address, clicked the buy button, paid with cryptocurrency, and logged off. He told his wife, Candace, who works in tech, that he had spent over $1,000 on 5 boxes, and she was not pleased. This led into a huge argument that somehow spiraled out of proportion. In the end, she decided that it would be best to stay with her parents for a week or so. She never arrived at her parents' house. James got the call that his wife hadn't come home. He wasn't too worried. Maybe she just needed some time alone. It'd been a tense year for both of them with a lot of fights lately. He was startled by an alert on his phone. The boxes had arrived. He opened the door and found the boxes on the ground. They were numbered 1 to 5. He brought the packages inside his house. There was a small piece of paper with a note that says, "Let's play a game. Open number 1. He opens the package. His eyes widened as he saw it. A small, crumpled piece of paper with blood stains. There's something inside. A ring. His wife's wedding ring. As he fully opens it, there's a note written in blood. We see you. If you call the cops, we send you the finger too. If you don't play the game, we will send her head." James quickly opened the second box. Inside, another sheet of paper. It contains a link to a darkweb.onion page. He rushes to his computer and types in the URL. At first, it was a red dot on the screen. Then the red dot expands into an image of a red-colored room. Inside that room, we can see various tools on the wall. Hammers, drills, knives. The camera pans to the center of the room. There, illuminated by a ceiling light, is a woman tied to a chair. A sack over her head. She seems unconscious. A man wearing a wolf mask appears behind the woman and pulls off the sack. It's his wife. Candace didn't look harmed in any way, just unconscious. The man approaches the camera. He brings out a large piece of paper. It says, "Box number 3. A small window appeared on the side and James can see himself. His webcam is open somehow, a trick that's commonly used by hackers. The third box has a script that needs to be read out loud for the camera. At first he hesitates, but then seeing his poor wife tied there, shaking, he had no choice. "I did it. I cheated on her. It was a 3-month affair. She was heartbroken. We were never the same after. Please don't kill her. This is all my fault. I ordered those boxes. I was the abusive husband. Take me instead." The guy nods and tells him to open the 4th box. Inside is a QR code linking to a Bitcoin account. "How much do you want?" he asks. The guy replies in a fake voice, "All." Without hesitation, James transferred all his earnings in cryptocurrency to this guy. "Okay, now free her." The man brings out a piece of paper that says, "Box number 5. Inside the box, there's a piece of paper. It says, "We will set her free if you burn everything in the boxes and use this on yourself." Inside the box is a noose. Teary-eyed, James looks at the screen one more time. The masked guy brings out a drill. The man with the wolf mask turns on the drill and brings it closer to Candace's face. "I'll do it," he says. The drill turns off. Tributes for James are all over his social media. Gone too soon, they say. Candace reads all of them on her table, with a vague expression on her face. She takes a sip of the pina colada in her hand. Southeast Asia is beautiful in the summer. Best of all, you can't be sent back to the United States for your crimes. With the Bitcoin money successfully transferred to her account, she can retire happily and anonymously with her new boyfriend. The scariest part about the dark web is that you don't really know who you're talking to or where they are. For all you know, they could be in your house, sleeping beside you in your bed every night. The walls are starting to speak to me. I don't have a clear grasp of reality anymore. I feel my mind slowly slipping away. I don't even know how much longer I can stay awake at this point. I stare at my own reflection in the mirror. I am a shell of the man I used to be. How long has it been since I last slept? 6 days? 2 weeks? I don't even know anymore. My body is shutting down. My brain feels like it's drying up. But how did I get here? I was 10 years old when it all started. I was still wetting the bed. My mom was unsympathetic and would just say, "Liam, stop drinking water before sleeping." She was troubled and neglectful. I didn't have much love when I was young. What she didn't know was the reason I was doing so. Every night, as my eyes slowly close, my room disappears around me. As I walk in the world of dreams, I start getting surrounded by a thick fog. The fog would obscure everything in my vision. All I could see was me, lying down on that bed, in the middle of an empty, blank void. And then he would call my name. When I was younger, I couldn't make him out. Just a shadow in the fog. The hulking, twisted human form in the distant. He calls me to come to him and join him. To have peace in his presence. While his figure is frightening, his voice is soothing, calming. It takes away my anxiety and depression. I slowly walk towards him. From the fog emerges his hand, muddy, bloody, and grotesque. I reach out to hold it and hold it tight. I squeeze it ever so tightly as the warmth fills me with comfort. And then suddenly, I hear in front of me loud screaming. My hands are on my mom's neck, her eyes red and bulging, her mouth open with shock as she tries to pull my hands away, my fingers digging deep into her neck. I woke up, shocked and disoriented. I profusely apologize, but the damage has been done. The fallout turned better than I expected. I now had to live with my dad, who was by and large a better parent. I found a name for the condition: homicidal sleepwalking. I never found a proper explanation for the monster in my dream, though. I was put into therapy for several years, and slowly, the fog lifted from my dreams, and the voices went silent. It's only recently that I stopped treatment and therapy. I never saw the creature in the fog again, until recently. I live with my girlfriend, Laika, in a small apartment on the 15th floor. Both of us are moderately successful in our careers in tech. I'm glad to have someone who is both supportive and brilliant in my life. We discovered that she was pregnant just last month, and we were overjoyed. I must admit, though, it did trigger anxiety on my end. The idea of me bringing a child into this world when my own childhood was very unhappy worried me to no end. Last week, I had trouble sleeping. It was a night full of anxious thoughts and fears about the future. It was frustrating. Laika was lying beside me in bed, but I was just tossing and turning the entire night. Then it happened again. I stood up to get water, turned around, and saw my own body in the bed, sleeping. The room turned into the misty, dark woods. I stand up, confused and scared. I tried desperately to wake up, but I couldn't. And then I hear it calling again. A monster that I thought I had buried in memory came calling back for me. It's much clearer now. In the past, it was just a silhouette in the shadow. But now it's getting clearer. As it emerged, though, a familiar face peered through the mist. It has the face of my mom, but as its body moves forward, I stood there in horror as I realized its entire body is made up of faces, people in my life, mangled and stitched together in a mutilated, grisly form. It was lumbering towards me, calling my name, Liam, Liam, over and over again. I hear my wife's voice behind me. I woke up and saw the morning sky. What? I then looked down, and to my horror, it was a steep, deadly drop. I was standing on the terrace of our apartment, about to jump to what would have surely been my death. The following days have been worse. Every time I sleep, the dream creature returns. This night was particularly troubling. I was walking through the fog this time. Suddenly, it reached out to me, and it had the face of my wife and a baby stitched together. I tried pulling my arm away, but its claw buried deeper into my skin. I woke up, sweating and in pain, and my arm had a long gash, clearly from a scratch wound. Did I do this to myself? I don't even know anymore. I spoke to my wife about it, confided to her about my past, that I'm worried that I might hurt her and the baby. And so, I just didn't sleep. During the first few days, I was fine. I could function. But then, as the sleepless days went on, I became irritable, disoriented, and confused. Now, things are just falling apart. How long has it been since I last slept? 6 days? 2 weeks? I don't even know anymore. I've drank coffee, take a lot of warm baths, anything to keep me from sleeping. Now the walls are starting to talk to me, with the voice of the creature in the fog. Sleep deprivation is giving me hallucinations. I saw my wife walk into the kitchen. She grabbed a knife and then lunged towards me. I screamed in horror, but I opened my eyes, and she wasn't there. Then I remember that she's at work. I now feel trapped. If I sleep, the creature might take over, and I might hurt people. But the more I stay awake, the more I feel like my mind is slipping away and my sanity is diminishing. I can't do it anymore. Maybe just a little nap, just a few minutes. I wake up in the fog, lost in the woods. But this feels different, worse. I couldn't move from the place I was in. My feet stuck in the mud. Did my mind break because of the lack of sleep? How do I get away from this? The creature finally emerges from the fog in its full form. It's gigantic. It's grotesque. And even though it was a dream, I could imagine smelling his putrid scent. Every inch of his body covered with faces of people I've known, stitched together. He held his giant claws up to me slowly and touches my face. He stabs me squarely in the gut with it, and I fall to the ground, dying. There's no blood, but the feeling of death is enveloping me. The fog lifts in front of me, revealing a small clearing. In the moonlight, I can see the bed, my wife, sleeping there comfortably. The creature, now my size, and with my face, stares straight at me and lies down beside my wife. There he was, lying beside her, grinning at me, his face changing to my mother, a baby, and finally, me. The fog covers me completely now. There is nothing but emptiness around me and inside me. And I'm gone. All that remains is that monster beside my wife. And it is wearing my face. In the countryside of a small European state, cousins Miles and Ryan were two active 14-year-old boys who had the night alone as their parents attended a wedding. They tend to be pretty independent and had no need for a babysitter. And so, they spent their night playing video games on the PlayStation. 3 hours into it, they eventually get bored. It was beginning to get dark outside, and Miles decided it would be a good idea to invite Ryan to use the Randonautica app to look around in the nearby woods. It was twilight when they started their trek. They go deep into the woods when the skies became gloomy all of a sudden. The rumbling of thunder in the distance pointed to possible rain. They try to run to find cover as it got dark. Fortunately for them, Randonautica points them to a structure in the distance. They run towards it. As they grow closer, Ryan tells Miles that he has a bad feeling about this. They turn on their flashlights now. It looks like a dilapidated old orphanage. The walls are mossy and it looks like a pre-war structure. Ryan complains that the house smells rotten. Miles dismisses it and tells him, of course, they're in the forest, things die there. As the rain falls outside, Miles and Ryan take turns telling each other scary stories, lighting their faces with flashlights as they spin creepy tales of ghosts and serial killers. As they're busy doing this, they are interrupted by the sound of footsteps. They stand up. "Who's there?" Ryan says. No one responds. Miles says, "Maybe it's just our imagine..." He's interrupted. "What are you doing here?" shouts a hoarse woman's voice. They aim their flashlight forward and see a dirty, haggard woman with red eyes and long hair and fingernails rushing towards them. "Get out!" she screams. She runs towards the boys and they scream and try to run away. She's shouting the name Frank as she lunges forward. She gets Miles by the shirt as they both fall to the ground. She pulls him closer and grabs his arm, her fingernails digging deep into his skin. As he tries to pull away, her fingernail creates a long, jagged wound. Ryan tried to pull Miles away, but he's interrupted by the imposing figure of Frank, a giant of a man standing behind him, his glassy red eyes staring down on the boy. He looks disoriented and spaced out. Everyone basically stopped and just looked at him, including the woman. Miles manages to stand up, basically pissing himself at this point. "Hey, do you have any Coke?" Frank asks. Ryan shakes his head, but Miles says yes. Ryan stares at Miles in disbelief. Miles fakes confidence. "Of course we do, but we finished the ones we brought here, so if you want, since you allowed us to stay in your place, we'll just go home and get you some." Frank thinks about it. There's a tense silence. "You sure, bro? I mean, we can share." Miles smiles. "Sure, I would love to. Just give us a few minutes to get home, and we'll give it to you." "Yeah," Frank says. They move away slowly. Then they start to walk away. Ryan trips and falls. As he raises his head, he tries not to scream. He tripped on a decomposing human corpse. The corpse had a long gash on his neck, It looks like it was slit. This was the source of the smell. Miles sees it, looks back at the two and gives them a thumbs up, and they go into the forest. They walk away now. The two druggies seen in the window staring at them. Then the woman just runs after them. Hey! Ryan wants to run, but Miles stops him. Miles smiles and says, yeah? I know where you live. You better give it to us or we will kill you. Okay? Of course, Ryan says. We're not liars, Miles replies, crossing his fingers behind his back. The woman calms down and goes back inside, looking at them expectantly. They make a run for it. They run as fast and as carefully as they can. Eventually, the boys make it out of the forest and back home. They immediately report it to the police. The decomposed body was that of another druggie friend was discovered. These two were clearly violent, and Ryan and Miles only narrowly escaped. The two were never caught. At night, Ryan hears tapping on the windows, and when it rains outside, he could swear he could see two shadows outside. Maybe they are still there, just waiting for the right time to strike.